It's been 12 months since I quit, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence and some blatant flat-out lies. In a special new press sector, and Hank Breeden is his name. He is a dirty Boston lawyer, and his arguments are lame. He's tried to squash all of our experts, as he has no case to claim. He should have won an Oscar medal to convince the court he's sane. He can lie without a conscience and keep that smirk upon his face. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with edging made of lace. And Judge Beverly Academy is so biased for the state, is wading through 100 motions in a rush to seal my fate. So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got no quit. And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John hit.
Good morning. Hello. I'm here. I'm awake. Sorry for the sorry for the delay. One had to upgrade one's snacks. Good morning, sweetheart. Good morning, good morning. I'm getting there. All right. I just have to save this, and I will be with you. And I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Really, really like pee pants excited. About today, because today is the beginning of freedom. It is. And I wholeheartedly believe that. And if it ain't, yeah, you won't see a happy Jody. Not even a little one. I've been I'm now the wench queen. Shut up. Sounds good. All right. I just need to link this in. I don't know why, but this time of night, the last week or so, I feel like I've got tonsillitis on like my right hand side, but I don't have any tonsils, so I don't know what's going on there, but fuck, it hurts. It really does. Where did I save it? T. Come on, Jody, get your shit together. Oh, not in pictures, it's videos, you dickhead. These are the things that I do just before I go live, and that's why. Oh yeah, I'm always late because I got to remember where I've saved it. Oh, that's it, got it. Okay. Bevden. Oh, well, of course, yes. That's a no-brainer. Who asked for it? Was it Jackson, or did chamomile tea? Oh, really? Don't like chamomile tea. I don't like it. I don't wanna. Alan. Oh, good morning, Miss Tricia. I'm sure that was you just popping in, no doubt. And Miss Tanya will be here with us. I had to go to the bloody pain specialist today, so yeah, that was a hoot. Honey or sugar? Oh, yeah. I used to do that. Tea with honey and Finnegan. Joking. Right. So I'm really keen to get into to this. I know that they've got Matt DeSantis, DeSago, the black box. That sounds a bit wrong. Specialist to show them what it's all about. Teach them a thing or two. Yeah. Because we ain't got no shit. Quit. Yeah. Oh, what a lovely nana. I wish my mum was down here. She's up in Harvey Bay, and it's too far. It's too far. It's like a 3-hour flight away. It's just don't like it. All right, enough sook and Jody. Get your la off, and let's the big boys play, shall we? It's time for some real shit. There's my overlay. Overlay. Just whilst you're waiting.
It's in your sight. Like and subscribe. Oh, don't be shy.
And I still can't find it. Overlay. Yeah. Must be up there. There you are. Okay. And that one. No, maybe that one. Yep. All right, that'll do. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because we ain't got no bullshit.
Now opening ABC.
Hear ye. The big boys are coming out to play.
So I was told council want to see me at sidebar.
Ah, for fuck's sake. You for real? The shoes, Bev. What the shoes? Come on. Oh, Jacko. So he's doing the request.
So I'll hear you whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson. Sure.
Does it go for long?
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for required finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. The Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred.
A collision
on
causing
January
a particular
29th,
injury.
2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination
On lamination.
by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence.
Mhm.
He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact?
Mhm.
That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love-struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there was not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat.
Didn't see anyone get in or out.
She saw it pull up once. She saw it pull up twice. She saw it pull up a third time.
Oh, she does a
And
lot
then
of
she
these
saw
days.
it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed. And she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian.
Mm-hmm. Good job.
Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat. That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man.
Thank you, Jackson.
In the snow.
You got it right. That is one of my pet hates. Saying prostrate. Most people say prostate. Thank you for pronouncing that okay.
In front of the SUV, she was tracking the entire time. There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel.
I went looking for Camp Shorty this afternoon. Do you know how hard that is to find? There's not a time anywhere on the website, on Lisa's YouTube channel, nowhere. And I didn't know where to go to find it. Is it like a member thing, or because there's no instructions on how to find it or what to do?
They're Maxon. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind him. The dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Miss Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be. Inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03. And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from,
Just tell the truth.
who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body. The only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe testified he did not
it hasn't
have
started yet.
any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters,
I'll save
the
that.
first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video
Hearken.
at the waterfall.
Hearken.
Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts.
Teresa. You know you've been told. Do you not? Is that for being late? Is that your penance? Is it? And I get that after it. You are such a dag. Thank you. Oh, darling. Hang on. Ready? Go.
Out to the person that just gave us a super chat. This community is just the best. Love you all the different.
Thank you. Is that American or Australian? Do you know how that works? You definitely want to and Kane. What? Like things, yeah. I was like today, as per usual, but I had to go to the pain management, like this chronic pain specialist this morning, and I set my alarm, but for some reason I'd turned the volume on my phone down, and I woke up. I had to leave. Well, I was supposed to be at Tanya's at 10:30 because she was going to take me. I woke up at 11. And luckily I'd had a shower before I went to bed. I had all my clothes organised and everything. Threw on my clothes, called an Uber, and messaged Tanya and said, I'll meet you at the hospital. And she was just going to pick me up. And yeah, it's been like that all day. So when I got home, when she brought me home this afternoon, I went back to bed, and I've only been back up when she rang me at 11. So I'm still like, but she'd even put this, darling, she'd put all these snacks out ready for me. Like I've got some that she'd gotten from her own cupboard, some peanut butter, Reese's peanut butter cup chocolate things. I had biscuits and what else did she put here? Oh, bananas. So I kept the chocolate and I fucked the rest off and got cheese and salami and crackers. So I'm waiting for her to come in so I can and play with her. So we're just basically at the request for a directed verdict, basically, or acquittal, whatever they want. Snacks for the win, correct? Yeah, because I was exhausted, absolutely exhausted this afternoon. She goes above and beyond, that girl, way and above. Yes. I've got a little visual, so I'm waiting for her to come on so I can play it. That's another reason I was late.
Because of the mens rea required,
Maybe I'll put it
and the
up.
high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended
None.
to kill or harm John
Thank you,
O'Keefe, or
sweetheart.
that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow? The answer is none, zero.
I am
reasonable
too.
jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place. There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the
Jury
principles
here
of
for this?
justice, to dismiss all three counts, and certainly taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
Doesn't even get to sit down. Oh, do we have to listen to him too?
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth,
Huh.
the first issue the court should look to is intoxication.
No, it should
The
look
reasonable
to
fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated.
dipshit.
Based on the serum conversion and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many admissions by the defendant
Many admissions
about her
What do you
level
mean?
of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely.
Yeah.
Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light most favorable to the
Doesn't
Commonwealth.
make her a murderous
Fact
asshole.
finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire
Abundant.
closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the
Might have to check
defendant's
my
own
monetization
Lexus from her
status
shattered
too.
right taillight that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr.
Yeah.
O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where
Yep,
her
where she
car
left
does a
him
backing maneuver
alive. And
at
last
least
saw him
24 miles
alive.
per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage
Consistent with a
to her
dog
Lexus right rear taillight.
or a coyote.
The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct. That was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on
Abundant.
January 29, 2022.
I bet you he says
Under the
prostrate.
conditions
That's
that night
right.
after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional. And any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There was no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There was clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward.
Oh,
and then
I
back.
hear you.
In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. through firefighter Becker. They're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup. And we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe.
She's getting ready to come
She's
on.
the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis is about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls.
That comment
but
was
never
made
goes back
after she
to help
found him.
and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All those facts suffice.
As I was looking for Miss Shorty's stream, I didn't realize. I thought it was Friday nights, but it's your Friday night, so it's Saturday morning. But I went onto her website, and it said meet the mods. I didn't realize, but she's got it well set out there. I couldn't understand how she puts out so much content and works full time. Now I can. But she's got a great setup. It's like one of them is allocated, the meet and greet. So anyone's new, they're the ones that do all the meet and greet stuff. Another one was doing research. Another one was doing graphics. Like, absolutely awesome. And that, is it Joey? I think it's Joey. I need to speak to about their StreamYards, the chat thingies. I think it's him. It was the other one of her friends as well, Tara, but she's not online at the moment. Is that right? Excuse me. And I don't have a website either.
Under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt or could find beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
No time.
Great, thank you. So
Sit the fuck
motion
down.
Is denied as to all three of
Mm-mm.
On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right, so. we'll
Bring the
in after
jury.
5 minutes, Paul. All right, so we'll take a recess.
All right, please.
Right. So our first witness is Matt DeSogra, the black box guy, whose report Shannon with the one N and the last dipshit based their reports on.
Reconstruction. And within that field, I specialize in analysis,
Alright,
interpretation,
We'll listen to his credentials as they are.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. DeSogra, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors? please?
Matthew DeSogra, last name DISOGRA.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction.
Oh,
And within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors.
Cool.
And my specialty is data, vehicle data and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
great name.
I am the director of engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the director of engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify.
Papers now.
On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing. So we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as?
I bet you he's got a bachelor somewhere up his sleeve. My bad.
Vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense. And as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately,
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition.
What's courtroom confidential? Is that another YouTube channel or? Never heard of it, darling. Oh, pop the link in, Dal, if they want. I'm sure they'd be happy to, but yeah, you've got a wrench, you can do that. Pop their link in chat.
In a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Everyone needs support.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So that's it. It's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit. What about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS-based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them, so we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota/Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle, then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime
alignment.
we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you've just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree, also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's
Correct.
in engineering.
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed, in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education.
Yes, I
also
do
some
too.
of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Yes.
Do you
yes.
regularly attend symposiums or symposia? I guess is the right
Yes.
word. Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach.
Correct.
Have you attended data? I'm sorry, have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems, and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level, and then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does. And it requires, as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
Yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that
hang on.
would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components. It's just a different brand on top.
He knows his stuff so well. He doesn't need his Garmin watch. He doesn't need a laptop in front of him. He just can say it off the top of his head. It's amazing.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today.
Specifically with as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Ms. Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to
Tanya's
review
avatar for
Judson Welcher's
DESOGRA.
report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the tech stream event known as 1162-2, 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about tech stream events. So
Hey,
we're
Jenny.
all talking
Jenny G, welcome.
sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say tech stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated.
Welcome, Jenny. And we do have your link, but chuck it in chat anyway. Actually, no, you can't, can you? That's all right. We've got you. We got you covered. Right about there. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Yeah. Yes. I got it. Whipped it up. Thanks, Simmy. Are you enjoying this trial? Are you covering this one, Jenny? Tease the OG. She's the OG.
Generated has to be triggered by something. So
Oh, you're
yes.
welcome. Thank you for checking us
You became
out.
aware in your analysis, I'm assuming that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? Or what, I should say, what
No
time was that?
expectations, sweetheart.
For which event? Just so
For
I'm
the
clear.
1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number
With
committed.
the course
to my-
permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor.
Is the channel covering this trial or not? Oh, sorry, my throat's gone. Awesome. And are they of the same
So,
opinion?
The
Oh, I
original
can't see all of
analysis
us, but
places
Yeah,
event
please.
1162-2
of her innocence.
ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event
was from the acceleration.
began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct? Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Awesome.
Let me ask you this.
I will check it out as
Does
soon
a
as I
trigger event or does a text stream
stop
event
filming.
last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
Actually,
The trigger is a singular point in
I
time.
go and
That's my
subscribe. I
question.
might be able
All
to.
right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the juror so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So
Oh, I know.
if
Yeah.
Dr. Welcher indicated that
before.
the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38,
Has he
would it be
got a few
accurate
channels?
if he said that trigger ended at 12:30.
Has he got a few different channels? Because I'm sure I've seen him somewhere else. I'm happy. Josh is a hottie too. I swear I've seen him somewhere else. But yeah, I'm already a subscriber, so there you go. How's that? So he's going to do the live Q&A. I should tell him about my database, and I'll come and use it on his channel. It's got everything, and it will tell you the truth. Oh, he's on Court TV. Yeah, I thought I'd seen him. And ask him to check out. Seriously, he needs to check out the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. It's a specific law in Massachusetts, well, not law, but it's part of their weird ass shit over there. It's Article 14, and it pertains specifically to homeowners or property owners and criminal activity on their property and their rights. And it explains why Brian Albert did not come out of his house. Did not. So it was strategic from the start. I swear to God, I have tried to tell Ian Runkle uncivil law. No one's listening to me. I shit you not. This is the key that it was a strategic plan from the start. Article 14, Massachusetts Rights, Declaration of Rights. Google it yourselves. It's amazing. You will just go, what the fuck? Yeah, it's an additional layer of protection over and above the Fourth Amendment.
3143.
Because it always bothered me. So I searched.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it? Let me ask you this. Does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after?
And how
the
it's
trigger
set up.
event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event,
of the recording event.
not
So,
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate. I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5 second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window
Thank you,
be
Lloyd.
from the trigger event
You're too
to
nice.
12:32:09?
It would be larger
It's just
by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31
handy.
seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
because it's based on fact. No one likes bullshit. And that's the only way I can see of achieving it. Even, I mean, the testimony might be bullshit, but that's what presented to the jury. That's what we use. No bullshit. No drama.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report.
It's here. I've got it on my computer. I bought the software. It's specific trial-based software to analyze legal transcripts. So it's got like the basics understanding and knowledge of the legal process. And I have uploaded every transcript from the first day of the first trial to yesterday. And it's the way you access the data is through ChatGPT, and you tell it what to extract. You just ask it a question and it'll tell you in real time. So yeah, it's just, I just open it up as a tab. It's on my computer. Then ask it anything you want. And it only answers you in what you've put into the database. So it's all fact-based. Yeah.
When you
Yeah,
applied the potential,
If you use that in combination with Sleuthy Goosey's timeline and stuff and all of her hard work, it's like the complete package. No, it's not one of those things you could put a link in. The database is like it's a purchased software, so it's not something I can share, unfortunately. But I can ask anytime. If you want a question answered, just put it in chat, and I will like type it all in and bring it up on when we have a break. All good. You can use it anytime.
Offsets identified by
Actually, thinking of using it during the verdict watch, and just having a Q&A, ask away. It does predictions. I put into it the voir dire of Daniel Wolf and Hank Brennan, and I asked it to pay particular attention to the wording, the phrasing, the questions, the tenor of the voice, the nature, the tone, the whole lot, and what they believed the intention was, and what strategy was behind it, and amazing. And it's really good to compare witness. Like anyone that's testified in the first trial, I put in there, identify and extract these two statements from 1 and 2, compare them, tell me what's different and what's and if they're telling fibs. It's awesome.
Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2. What opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Ask differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock,
Which one? I'll allow it.
phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May
Correct.
and January. I want to make sure
Sorry,
we
love.
differentiate.
Sorry.
Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
May.
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't
Okay.
remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask you a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
See? Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Where did you go, Mr. Jackson? How about you say, in that initial report, did that trigger event include the lock screen event in their report? I He can't lead. That's why he's objecting. Although she lets bloody Hanky Spanky lead all the time. Oh my God, yes. Yes, it's time for the big boys to come out and play. The big boy panties. Let's get them on. Oh, and I can L this. Too far. sidebar. Oh, I didn't do my sidebar sweep.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sweep.
Back to my question.
Hang on.
Was
Wait.
there any circumstance
Wait,
based
Jacko,
on
wait.
your review that if the tech stream event occurred at 12/31/38, that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
was not.
Yeah, they all get issued with a pack of tissues. Catch the drool.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake in March of 2025?
Yes,
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no, the answer is.
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point, did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did that report or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Had they
Were those two
changed?
things different?
Mm.
Sustained.
Were the conclusions,
Come
not his
on.
opinions, were his conclusions?
He set the
different?
foundation. Ah,
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
yeah.
There was.
Tell me the difference.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust to the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with the final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original
Correct.
report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a three-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the 2025, by the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible
They
scenarios?
put the timeline back.
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct? Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Sustained.
What?
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis? Objection.
Oh, for fuck.
Your Honor, may we approach?
What the fuck, Bev? She fucking shits me. She's happy to let Lion Buckwits up on the stand. Yeah. Uh-huh.
May I?
Yes.
Did you
Hello,
prepare
my
a PowerPoint
lovely.
presentation in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
What was the reason and what was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document I just handed you, and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it. What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes,
And it's complete?
it appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its submission, please.
I have no objection.
May I have that back, please? Just a quick second.
208. Thank you.
Jenny has come to visit us. Thanks, Simi, from Courtroom Confidential.
Your Honor, permission to
I'll pop the link
display the
up.
PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. DeSogra, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes,
What is that?
that is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is the how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that
Masters in
data.
science.
With court permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes.
No,
Mr. Jeffrey,
Ending?
you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces.
look at the difference. Compare the difference, okay? From Welcher or even the other dickhead to this. He knows the slide number. He doesn't have to be asked. He knows that he's not allowed to use a laptop or a watch or read his text messages or anything in court. He is precise. He knows his shit. He hasn't had to look anything up. It's off the top of his head. He answers it clearly. Like it's polar opposites. Absolute polar opposites. And you know what? Even in cross, he will answer. He won't be doing the whole shady, let's dodge and, oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the fucking question, or can you repeat that? Or, well, I can't really say yes or no because it's, you know, blah, 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 bullshit.
Is the first, I guess,
Yeah.
acknowledgement that there's a difference
Yeah.
between the time that Aperture
Because he knows
calculated
his shit,
for the end of
and he's
event
not-
1162.
He hasn't got a narrative to follow. He's not having to be careful about what he says. He's telling the truth. There's the difference.
2-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds.
Mhm.
But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after.
this
It
is
means
the
the phone
effect
lock
you'll
event
have.
occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
That's right. The phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than
Yeah.
the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that
That's
we're
daddy's-
looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get this out of the way. Ah, you fucking dickhead.
in vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes,
Are those sort of synonymous? This or his PowerPoint.
right. I added the green box around within, the dash green box
Nobody
around the whole
likes the green
paragraph,
box,
the
though.
line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Sorry,
Let's go to the
Mr.
next slide.
DeSoga.
Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So what
I'm sorry, Mr. DeSogra, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43. And they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event. So I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
Correct.
Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the
Shannon's
phone.
The
bullshit. window.
12:32:09 lock.
Overall.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So this here, what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here. And so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please.
You mean you can simplify
What does
data
this slide
too?
show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks.
Mhm.
And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
Yes.
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
So that's a negative.
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively,
Okay.
from Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah. So this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment. And we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key, or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the 3 second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
It came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Ms. Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not
Yeah,
all
makes
Lexuses,
sense. He makes
at least
sense.
of this make and model and year,
The
would have the
jury's
exact
gonna go,
same
"Oh, I
3 second
understand
delay?
that."
Or could that be different?
It could be different in their testing. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3 second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms.
And
Reed's
it's not
Lexus.
different either.
But without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They
Well,
could
like
have
an
tested a second
average of 4.
vehicle and found it's also 3. And then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report. His page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3 second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3 second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an artful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3 second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3 second delay?
He did not.
Forgot about it.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3 second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3 second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask me to.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet.
That's
We're going to get
only
into
because you've missed a few days, Dylan. And there's a couple of them worth watching. One of them I actually had to demonetize myself because I was having a rage stream.
to the phone now and talk about aligning that. We had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The Aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the Aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point you said was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The Aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that 3rd column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So on this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually
sign conventions.
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154.
All right, what do you reckon of this? For a t-shirt.
Or from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn.
Yeah.
And so he aligns,
Yeah.
he says this is basically how you align it. And he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference.
Someone very
Actually
clever.
just adjusted
know
that
that.
to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20. And when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes positive 6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in the slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls, and 0.154 on one table. And I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support 1 point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess in his report indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into two tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a
So there's
continuation of
the second half. So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my two tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the simultaneous, the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is a continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because, again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive.
Me too.
To various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values.
They, okay. There. Yes, I don't go anywhere ever unless it's a doctor's appointment or yeah. Why can't I get rid of that? Oh, there it is. There you go. Chat off the screen. So Tanya, he'll be on in a second, is avatar creator. So yeah. She designed from a photo, she designed all of those. So I've been using them on our thumbnails. Absolutely. Absolutely. We have a lot of fun here, actually.
Can we go to the next slide? 16, please.
I better put it back on. Hang on.
What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the
I'll
key
put the
phone
link in chat and you can copy
after
it.
the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 results in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros. They're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, Is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the tech stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the tech stream event?
Okay. Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the tech stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
So that's sustained.
Ah, good. I was just about to say I can't
You said
post the
3 out
link.
of 30, correct?
I was going to
Yes.
say I'll
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
Yeah, but Simi's not on Discord. I will drop it, but
What percentage is
I'll put it
3?
in
Just
there.
do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically,
I'm going to see you sidebar for a second.
leading. Did you did you get my last message in the group chat? Morning, fuckers. All right, that avatar picture is in the group chat. And I will copy and paste the channel, the Discord channel link. Sidebar swoop. Ah. But friends, not that bit. No. Stop. No, I don't want the roll info. I want. I don't know. I really need to work out how to work this Discord, but I'm way better. I'm so crap at it. But that's I think that's our Discord link. You'll find out if you click on it. And I'm so glad I made these because they've really made it worthwhile.
Cyber Swoop, it's in your sight. Like and subscribe. Oh, don't be shy.
We should have a Teresa, you'll have to tell Simi what our Timu.
following your analysis of the totality
Our
of the
Timu's
possible scenarios,
streams are.
did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Have you got a photo link you can drop in chat if I give you a wrench? Because you can only do it with a wrench. Okay. Ta-da! Oh yeah, it's on my it's on the page, like the channel page. That was the second one. I'll see if I can find the first one now. Save it with me.
Okay, we
See
can
if I
take
can
that slide
find it.
down.
It was hysterical.
Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module,
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision
I'm
on
missing.
that car? Ever? What does
What
the
was the
vehicle control
ATM?
history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed or the engine RPM or the accelerations of it.
Does the text stream data event indicate that there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically the text stream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the text stream data event mean that if you find a text stream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw text stream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many text stream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
And I need to see what's up.
Was it done for the New Year's Griftathon? Oh shit, I haven't turned. Christ. I better go and I haven't turned on I haven't turned on monetization for all my older streams. I can't remember if it was. Yes, it was. All right. I got it. I got it. I got it. All right. I will video URL. So it was a New Year's Eve stream we did. And it's my first attempt at grifting. So, and I don't drink either. So I said to everyone, every $10 in or $5 in super chats, I would have a shot, and every $40, when we hit every $40 mark, I would let them open up my Temu account and let them choose and spend $10 on my Temu account. Oh my god, it was absolutely fucking hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. So that's the link to the stream. Oh, my hat's hanging up, but I got the funniest stuff. In fact, the wind cheater I got on that, the one it's sort of like that one side is covered in like blood stains, basically, and it says problem solved. I happened to be wearing that the other day when the cops came to the door to tell me they'd served my next door neighbour with my OVO. So my hat, where is it? I've got it up here. Have I? Oh no, I'm taking it off. Bugger. It says my yeast infection itches. Yep. Oh, it was so funny. I had my stomach was aching. Yeah, we do get a bit naughty. So we're halfway through another one, which we might do. Like we just try and do it when we've got time, either at lunch breaks or we can do it on Verdict Watch or somewhere to kill time. But it's hysterical. They get to choose the search topics and the shit that you come up with. Oh my god! Like what have I just opened it at? A personal douche, vaginal irrigation. Here you go. Oh dear. Oopsie. God, we laughed.
Entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Too far, sorry.
little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
Yep. When Tanya gets here. Oh, oops.
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
not very
really?
long.
You're gonna
A few more
fucking
questions.
rush him?
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just.
Oh
understand.
shit!
Respectfully, it won't be very much longer.
Fuck you, babe.
You reviewed the text stream data, otherwise known as the triggers,
I'll be back
for
in
the
2
entirety of
seconds.
the streets vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by collision.
And last question, do any of the text stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects? That was sound effect, but it wasn't a drum roll. Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects? That was sound effect, but it wasn't a drum roll.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take. a
Let her
morning
rip
recess.
like defense rest.
I think that we need to propose-
I'm going to pause here and say, well, yes, you fucking rock the defense rests.
Can I see counsel at sidebar to save us some time, please?
They said, hey, you have to open this via the secret method.
How the fuck are you supposed to know that?
Go. Chat. I am mildly to severely intoxicated, so.
Oh my.
Yeah, secret passage in the thing.
Yuri Buchanan is a credible witness.
For fucking up their investigation. Like, and this is the point I've made on Twitter before. How was I
Next time.
supposed to know to open up the secret passage
The ladies love some Alan Jackson. But they pay attention, they lock in. When frickin' Hank Brennan talks, just like the rest of us, what do we hear, Bibs? We hear things such as
Secret passage.
He is so fucking funny. So fucking funny. And the funniest thing was he was hammered. Absolutely hammered that day. And he turns up 5 hours into Rob's show. And he could not see Rob's reactions. It was so funny. And he then started on, did you see that the cross-examination of the Shannon Burgess? And Rob's like, yes, in depth. And he didn't hear him. He just kept going. And Rob was actually in the middle of going through the super chats at the end of his stream, and he pretty much wrapped it up straight away. It's so funny. Oh, look, we haven't even scratched the surface, Jenny. Yep. I'm trying to find. I'm sure I clicked where Miss Shorty showed that clip of mine on one of their Saturday. I'll find it. It was a Saturday. Hang on. Oh. Take the wrapper off the chocolate, Jody, before you eat it. Dipshit. I'll find Miss Shorty's. Where am I? Yeah, I happened to come into chat one day, and somehow the chat got onto the subjects of farts, and I told her about my popping my live stream fart cherry because it wasn't meant to be like that. I thought it was a one cheek sneak, and I had noise cancelling earphones on, so I didn't realize how large it was. So there was no disowning it. It had to be. So I gave myself a super chat for what was it, like creative incentives or something like that. Oh, boop. Boop. Hello, my lovely.
Hello, how are you?
Your mic. I don't think your mic's on.
Yeah, my mic is on.
Your audio's not very loud.
I know. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Pull it closer to your gob.
Yeah, probably that's
That's
could be a
better.
good idea. Yeah.
That's it. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
is it? Oh,
Yep.
okay, cool. Yeah, I
I'm
been
just-
stuffing around with everything. Like,
Oh, good.
hang on. How's that?
That's better.
Is that better? Cool.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
but
just
it's not
trying
as
to-
loud. I don't know what's going on with it.
Oh, it's
I
just
thought
gone
stuff
back.
it- Is that okay?
It's sort of gone back to being a bit quiet.
I know, and I don't know what's wrong with it.
Mm-mm.
Hang on.
I'm just trying to find this. There it is.
How's that?
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yep. That's working. Mhm.
Okay, how's that now?
That's too low. Happy
low?
medium.
Okay, how's that now?
Bit
Bit
more.
better, bit better, bit
Bit
better,
more.
bit better, bit better, bit better, bit better,
Yes.
better.
Yep.
Right, cool.
All right, I found it.
Hi, everybody.
Everybody, this is Tanya. This is Miss Shorty's.
I think that there are basic things, and this is one of the things that we've started to tackle on our podcast more and more because it keeps coming
Let him rip,
up.
Bluebird. Let him
Everyone
rip.
we speak to, every psychiatrist, everybody's like, guess what? your mind and your body are
Look at mine.
connected. And the things that we feed
Yes,
ourselves
look at
on a
my
daily
shot.
basis, I don't think are
there
always
we go, hang
serving
on.
our mental capacity. And I don't mean to be
The
this lady,
reactions
but like
are
we eat
gold.
massive amounts of sugar and processed food, like massive. Like when I
Yeah.
look at those fancy coffee places, you're just drinking sugar.
Oh my God.
You're drinking like fuel. You're drinking caffeine and sugar. And I'm not judging people who do, but I'm just thinking all the things that we're taught, I think, are possibly putting us in a place
I don't know how she
of
does
a
it with
vigilance
laptop.
of our nervous system that we may not even sort of be realizing. So that's sort of like one category, which is a bit.
Okay, let's listen to the defense rest part on demand. Share this tab in.
I wish I had recorded that one you did at my place in front of Ricky. Wish you could record smell.
Mhm.
I was wondering which one it was, and then I saw the one that said
Drum roll.
real sound effects on demand.
On demand.
Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects? That was sound effect, but it wasn't a drum roll.
Was that a fart?
Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects?
That was a fart?
That was from the deep, that one.
That was sound effect, but it
Just
wasn't a
kept
drum
playing, it
roll.
was so funny.
Yikes,
The
man.
bubbler.
Bubble and a
Yeah.
half.
Yep. Because yes, I was actually looking for sound effects. Because Una had
Wasn't
forgotten
quite a
the
drum
bum.
roll joke.
No, it wasn't. It was close, but bum roll maybe. Uda had come on, and it was when the Cementilli verdict had come down, and we weren't covering that trial. So he said, "Can I post the verdict?" I said, yeah, no worries. And he said, "Oh, I feel like I need a drum roll now." So I stopped, and I was actually looking for my drum roll sound effect. I thought, oh, well, while I'm here, I'll just let one slide. No one. I couldn't hear it because I had it on. So I had to own it. Yeah. Yep.
That's what I was saying the other night. Jodie was at my place and she's sitting on the bed and my fiance sitting up the other end. And I'm just getting my last things ready to go out with Jode. And she let this one rip. Oh my God, it was, and like, it was all right. I was trying not to laugh because Ricky doesn't really like girls farting. He always has a crack at me.
Old school.
Oh, and then I smelt it. Oh my God. And I just went, it was horrid. It was bad. And then she blames Tarek, my cat Tarek.
Yeah.
Now, what? But Loki's the one that's wrong, mate. You got the wrong cat. And Ricky said, he said to me later, he said, I wasn't moving. And I'm just trying to keep a straight face. And we got in the car and we just must have laughed for 20 minutes before we went anywhere.
Well, I didn't realise that he got a fit. Well, women don't fart, and I'm just like casually just going. It was bad though, and it's going to be shocking later on tonight because I've been eating your cheese snacks, lactose intolerance. So sorry. Yes, to answer, it's 2:20 here. Yep.
In the morning, yes.
Yes, 2:20 a.m.
Did you just
you
do
hear
another
that
one?
Oh, come on!
Yes, I did.
Cheese is working.
Well, that's like the other day I was really upset, like for the whole night about something else.
Just
And
play
then the
my
next
smart
morning-
video. The next morning,
after I was really upset about something else, not or anything, not Ricky or anything, and so I sat down on the bed just as he's woken up, and I've let one rip.
Oh,
oh my God! And he has his normal crack about it, and I freaking went off, man. I said, "Just shut the fuck up! I'm sick of it." He didn't know what to do, man. And then I farted today right in front of him. And I've looked at him
Loud one?
like this going, oh, and he said, I ain't saying nothing, he said.
You just start to pull my finger.
Yeah, quick, pull my finger, yeah.
Get him to grade it. Out of 10? Yeah.
Yeah, out of 10, what do you reckon?
You've got
the sound and smell.
sound, length, depth,
Smell. Depth. Oh, yeah,
Yep.
depth is important.
Yeah. Mhm. Oh, this came up too. Hang on one sec. We interrupt today's broadcast with the news from our sponsors. Wait, what? We don't have not a sponsor? Oh.
No sponsors?
I just wanted to say a special thank you. You know why. Love you guys. Mwah. You can't see the banner. Hang on, I have to take the banner off. Hang on. Oh, where's it?
Oh, that isn't one. See, I'm going to change my eyes to green too. My eyes are not brown.
Oh, yes, I haven't changed that.
I've changed yours.
Sorry about that. Not really.
I did that in bed one night. Woke, smell like my husband. I said, "My God, what the thing is that I blame the dog?"
What was that?
I used to have Bull Terrier that I inherited from my brother when he divorced his wife. So and Bellamy, he was a gorgeous dog, but you couldn't feed that dog canned food because it was just so rotten. And my dad knew Bellamy as well because when he used to go visit Stephen or if Stephen visited Dad, he'd always take the dog, right? And then when I had him, the dog's there and Dad's sleeping in the spare room and Bellamy decides, oh, I'll go sleep under the bed with Dad. I know Dad. And he let rip all night. Dad nearly died. Well, she blamed the cat.
Yeah, I did. All right, we're back.
You just blamed the wrong cat, otherwise Ricky might have fallen for it. It's Loki. Oh, because we've got one of them automatic cat
Mr. DeSogra, I'm going to ask.
where once the cat does the poo and buries it, after 5 minutes it'll turn around and dump it into a thing down the bottom in a plastic bag. It's really great. You only have to clean it out with 2 cats once every 2 or 3 days, and then just empty the bag and change it, and then about once a month you clean it. And now we've moved it up in the bathroom now near our bedroom instead of in the main area. I know, mate, Loki went to the toilet yesterday morning and I think we both got up immediately and went out to the kitchen. It was so bad. That cat is wrong.
Is that better or we're taking up too much of the...
Yeah, and I think we've got to be up at top and bottom. Who the hell's... Oh, that's Elizabeth. Is that your hubby and you, Elizabeth? I was thinking, Elizabeth doesn't look like this, does she?
All right.
Ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on and the fans. It's a little stuffy in here. So if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
No problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
No, fuck off.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, so this is the cross of this
Sir,
guy?
are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Is that I'll allow it.
Is
Is that
that
what
what
you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision
You're
before?
a fucker.
Oh, it is.
I hate you.
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
Well, we'll
I
need
think
a
you
picture
threw a
of
double
you,
negative in
Jenny.
there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text stream.
That's what I was going to look up.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision. That's
Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data,
Correct.
like sudden acceleration.
Depends what it's
The
set up
only
for.
acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on TextStream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Oh,
You know a lot about text stream data?
you're a
Yes.
And you're saying that
Oh
if a
my
car accelerates
God.
over 30% in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you,
I'm allowing this.
I'm asking you,
See? She's a
if
cunt.
someone accelerated Miss Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers. There's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? You know the actual data on what percent? of
Each
pressing
one is
accelerator
different,
on
Ed.
The same Lexus as Miss Reed's would create a triggering event. You know.
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point. No.
There is something different than the texturing data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would get abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the
You're
case.
saying it would meet that.
Would not.
Would not. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
I hope you've done your homework, Brennan.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event,
It's true.
would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit. I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
No.
Or anything before.
No.
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you'd have to look
And that's
elsewhere
got
for
dash
evidence to
cam
know
that
what
put
might
in.
have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
And your point?
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Has it been submitted as evidence?
Okay.
Does anyone know? Fuck me.
I wanna
Exactly
just
right.
ask you
And he's
some
not avoiding the
questions
question.
about your background and then leading into this case, if I could.
You sure do.
You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
No.
That's correct.
Yes,
You've
I do.
worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
Wait.
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body
is
that basically
Piece of shit.
offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident
Mm-hmm.
reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions?
Juan, look at you, and I know that you are an idiot.
As an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction. It was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education. that
He
you've been
runs
through,
the
haven't you?
seminars.
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus as part of your specialty on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders.
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
It is.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something
26
you are
papers.
well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it. But oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general,
Oh, yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
As he claimed to be?
iPhones.
No.
Are you a specialist in iPhones?
Is Jan Man?
Have you ever taken
No.
any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted
Can we ask this set of questions to his fucking witnesses? Because this is irrelevant bullshit.
yourself
Yeah,
as
you got
having any type of
PhD, specialised.
subspecialty as an
Published
expert
26
in mobile
times.
forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever have you ever dressed up as fucking Santa Claus? You may as well ask that because that's how irrelevant it is. You fuckwit.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between
So I'm going to delete the two pics out of
infotainment
Discord now,
systems and mobile forensics?
Oh, thank you. You delete
Classes?
that chat.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to
Did you say you're deleting that link in chat?
Oh, in chat. Is that what we've got? Do you want pictures left in
I don't want the link. No one else needs the link when she puts it in. Like, if you copy the link when Jenny puts the link in for the pic.
I just used the link and I've grabbed them out of Discord or wherever it was.
Oh, it's in Discord. Is it?
So you
That's
put them in
fine.
Discord.
That's fine. That's fine. If it's in Discord, that's fine. I just didn't want it in chat here for everyone to see. That's all. All good.
mobile
yeah, come up
forensics?
as a notification.
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with
So do we.
variances in mobile forensics?
Oh my God.
No.
What's this to do with mobile phones?
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of
No wonder I have a rage stream
reports
the other day.
from Dr. Judd Welcher, yes,
Yes.
and Mr. Shannon Burgess.
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in
Mr.
actually
Shadman.
any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Ms. Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
You don't need it when you've got the EDR.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case.
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
Why would he? Who'd want to?
Who'd want to? At least he probably didn't charge him 400 grand.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether
I was
you
stabbing
actively
myself
got
in
it
the
yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess.
Yeah.
Correct.
Wait, number
Report
one.
by Dr. Welcher.
Number
correct.
two.
Reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
It did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
No,
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
Oh, well, what do you
No.
do?
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was
what in the
stated
report.
in Dr. Welcher's report, so
Yeah.
I started my analysis at
Yeah.
that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make a
Right.
determination
That's his
about?
job.
You're just critiquing written reports.
Hey.
Correct.
The pink mouse and it was in his
As
ear.
an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Because he was testifying to it.
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number
Not
two,
much, and man.
the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture
You need
reports.
to move the
So
closed
there
captions over.
wasn't a
Joe.
tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used
No, put him back up
a calculator
there, but just
for most of it,
further up,
and the tables
Hang on.
in my PowerPoint
Get
were
it back.
generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a
Put
report?
him back up where
No.
they were, but just
You had provided an initial PowerPoint
grab them.
Yes.
and then you received information from Mr. Burgess
Yes,
and then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
that's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th.
Yes,
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th.
correct.
Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together
Bloody cats.
the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
But they had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th. Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So it's sustained.
Hey, she's
Um,
saying something. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I
No,
provided it
don't
on the
think
25th.
it's her
Yeah.
or Cece me. It's the next door neighbours.
No, I
Chrissy's
think it was the
that
25th.
come and eat their food.
No, I don't.
In the 25th report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked you?
My clients, Mr. Jackson,
He said, please
I had
ask
to wait
the
to see
25th.
what Mr. Welch
we had a
to
phone
say.
call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Now was the Sunday? Was the 25th a Sunday? We better find out. You'll have him up for bloody perjury.
When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall,
Correct.
and
was
at that
Sunday, that's
time,
right.
you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
And there was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules to try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess, didn't you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Reed's Lexis materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained. It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip off, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to align your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess' proposed protocol labeled "We attempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components."
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. You can see if it actually, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on, ignition off information
Yes.
in an info gaming system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. It's pretty important in this case, what you said.
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
On an accident reconstruction?
Sorry. So can you restate it? The whole question?
I'll
Yeah.
ask it again.
Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I forgot to close my bedroom window.
The more you get to look at.
Yes.
That's what I thought it might have been.
The power log on information that actually has date and time is critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
Aha.
In some accident reconstructions, in some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log
Oh,
on
yeah.
and off gives you the date and time that you can match with the connection.
I hate shopping.
Yes, it does.
You know, factory data itself doesn't have
Yeah,
that.
I've already brought them all up.
It can, this
I like
vehicle didn't.
one better. Yeah. Katie would like to smack the neighbours in general. No, you
Yep.
need to get her to smack you so that she goes to jail and doesn't get out.
I just want to see a copy of this bloody AVO. Because I requested 50 to 100 meters of my residence, so I want to see if they actually put it in it.
Yeah, see, when I did mine with my ex, it was like 100 meters from anywhere I am, and it
Yeah.
named our rental property, our house, where I live,
Oh,
where he
I don't-
lived. Like,
I don't go anywhere but home, so
yeah, no.
yeah. I don't go shopping. Everything I do is online. I don't leave the house
Yeah.
unless I have to.
Yes, you do. I come and get you.
I know that's what I said earlier. I said I don't leave it unless I absolutely have to, and Tan can take me.
Pick me up.
Yeah, now I just got to fight that freaking red light camera I got when we went to get out. I should have done the time before. That's bullshit. That set of lights is bullshit. Anyway.
Can you order the photo online? Like, can you have it? Can you view it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think so.
All right.
It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time instead.
That's correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
That Jarlsberg is delicious.
I don't think prior to the process
isn't it good?
anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right. The only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there. Someone knew what to look for or got creative. They could maybe find it.
Yeah, you can't trust the main.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Sustained.
He looks cuter than any of his other pictures.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips. And it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day
100%.
in his office in Texas. And then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in
because they gave him
Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight? Objection.
Sustained. You can ask him to.
Did it ever dawn on you as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind that there was something important or significant about it?
I wish freaking Brennan.
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components where I
What?
Oh, Brennan's not close enough to the microphone a lot of the time. You can hardly hear him.
I don't want
Oh,
to
gosh.
fucking hear him.
And that, no, I know, but you need to hear the freaking question, don't you? Like, and this guy's
really, no.
perfect volume. And oh, stop that! Actually, I just want to screenshot that one. Hang on, 2 seconds before you go anywhere. That is.
It is a good one, actually.
It is. Yeah, you stop right there at the right moment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The reaction to Special Prosector Brennan.
There we go. Thank you. Keep going.
Yeah, I did it too.
identified in this infotainment, there isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there. There could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, didn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report
It wasn't
in your
asked to.
preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
God.
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing.
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing.
He
None of that
explained
was
the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
he demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
No. He lied on his CV.
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these
Not
times?
sure.
Yes.
Yes, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Because I didn't want to rack up a bill of $400,000.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
He said that at the start. Were you not listening?
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on
No.
different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of
I
possibilities.
understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see as an analyst a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No, you allow for it.
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
Good on you.
I want to
See,
ask you
at least he's not
questions
avoiding
through
it.
your PowerPoint.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay. If we could put up Mr. DeSogra's new PowerPoint 52525.
No, his new PowerPoint, just like Welch's new one as well.
Yeah.
You've made a modification to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
So there was something that happened. You received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible, so I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they receive new information or analyze new data,
No.
that's important.
He's
It would
covering
be
his
an
ass when
appropriate
he's
best
done.
practice to
Yeah.
update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
I'm going to allow that.
Oh, you're a cunt.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say, generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
See, Burgess rang him to get help.
Okay.
And I reckon
We can turn to
you've
page
got him on your speed dial.
Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just
I
read
did not.
reports. Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide, no.
No, not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he
it's
thought or
pompous
how he
asshole.
analyzed, you're
He's
just
put
guessing.
it on his fucking report. That's what it's for.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation. So I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not
assumption.
guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know
Oh
what his
my
thought
God.
process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I
He's an
understand
expert, and it's
Because I did
how
the same shit.
the
Yeah.
exemplar
Oh my
testing by
God.
Aperture laid the foundation to
Mm.
align the key on events,
Yeah. Double
the
up.
infotainment,
Mm.
to the Lexus VCH events.
Dipshit
When
points
Dr.
coming.
Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn,
Name all
1162.1?
votes for
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide,
somebody should,
on a later slide, but yes.
Sorry.
And you said,
We we nominate. We have a dipshit award for every trial. Sorry, and we
They get points.
We take votes throughout the trial, and whoever's got the most points gets the inaugural dipshit award for.
But see, is that really fair when Hank Brennan is there every day when the others aren't?
Well, no, it's not, because most of the nominations, most of the voting is in the single figures. He's in the 4-figure range right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this will be his third.
And that variance is 30 seconds,
Oh yeah,
45
I
seconds.
say any
They're very
nominations.
common when
Type
you're comparing two different
how many
devices,
votes
right?
do you
Yes.
want to whoever in chat?
How many points would you like to give?
Yep. And
Yeah,
who to?
Brennan gets
You
it
point out 2 times
every
for the jury.
day.
The
Bends
Lexus
over
event,
and takes it
11:62
well.
ends
Well, he's not taking it that
12:31:23, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock and the infotainment system.
Let's have
That
another
time
uncle moment.
is based on 2 things: the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key
Objection,
on
dipshit.
Yep.
timer
Oh my God.
in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
And that is
That's the
compared
king of all
or
dipshits.
contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 123209 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in the report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 123209.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
Oh, really? The
You
car
mentioned
and the
trigger
phone.
event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there's a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a
Little slap for
standard
emphasis?
practice or
Really?
protocol
Oh, that's going
that
on a
is
t-shirt.
supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, the way I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition and subtraction or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated.
Pretty cute. I wouldn't mind holding his own either.
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger one.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
So you're not
apertures.
suggesting that Mr. Burns was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that, so just so I understand it.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis. So I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that.
All right, you
So
don't. You're a fucker.
if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were
a little
suggesting
different?
those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison.
Oh, for fuck's sake, does 5 seconds really matter?
Trigger, you're starting at the end from both devices. Objection.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer.
See?
It's going to depend
No,
on
we had one where she said
if you're doing an alignment with something that is a
very difficult
range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, They were basing it off the end of the event, the end, not trigger the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
Neither would you shoot it into space. We got to do Alexis in space.
12:32:09 minus
Jump on the camper, Jody.
12:31:43, the middle line equals 26 seconds.
I'm on it.
Isn't that in Dr. Welch's slides before? Let me phrase it more
Put
clearly.
it strapped onto the space shuttle.
Before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th.
Because
in
did
May-
you know?
Isn't this the exact difference
Arthur
in time that Dr. Welch cites
actually
in his
did
PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
the crash reconstruction for the space shuttle.
Did you
Columbia.
see when you reviewed reports that
Okay.
Dr. Welcher
Hmm.
uses this exact number plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint,
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just
And-
copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
Oh.
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
That's not
Yes,
what I'm
I
trying to
thought
say.
it was
Fair enough,
interesting
fair
too, Jenny.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate what you're trying to help us with. You want to add a little forward? So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data? Judging.
I want to see you at sidebar.
They should be made to wear bloody walk around microphones, I reckon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sidebar! Quick, put your little. Oh, I can do the sloppy thing, can't I?
Yeah, you can.
Where is it? Oh, we'll do this one.
Sidebar School, it's in your sight. Like and subscribe. Oh, don't be shy.
I'm looking for the right hand.
Oh, here we go. The Brennan effect. What about that one?
Yeah, that's a good one. It's just vomiting.
Oh, here's the sidebar swoosh. Police uniform.
Oh, come on. Where's the good
Smack this.
So it looks like 93.93.
The space shuttle taken like on the landing thing, on the takeoff thing, whatever it's called, and strap a freaking
No, I'm doing a.
Lexus to it.
Just a little slap.
What are you doing?
Just a little slap for emphasis.
I was slapped. Oh, the sound effects.
No. The comment that he made. Just a little slap for
okay.
emphasis. Yeah. Oh. He's an ass. I hate him. I hate him.
He's not very good, is he?
Pardon? What?
Bit of an asshole.
Yeah. And I'm backwards and coming forwards, aren't I?
Oh, of course. I know, but see, what I was saying to Jody yesterday too, this Judson, what a name, Welcher, and what a name, eh, Welcher? You got a Welcher on my bed, are you?
Mm-hmm.
His business was bought by Aperture 3 years ago. And, I don't know in America, but in Australia, when you sell a business, there's usually a thing where you got to go work for the new business for a certain period of time. And it's usually 3 or 5 years, you know what I mean? Any more than that, and it's probably considered not a proper contract because, it's too long. Just so that, the clients are retained, etc. I was just wondering, the 3 years is up. It's 3.5 years at the moment that since Aperture was bought, since Aperture bought Mr. Judson's company. Do you think maybe he just wanted a 400 grand bonus before he left? Or he retires? Or goes
All
and
Hank
does
did
something
was
else? I don't know.
was put out how much money and find whoever was prepared to take it to tell to say whatever he wanted them to say. That's it.
Oh,
All his-
Simi, we've got one that says I bid him. You haven't
Yes.
seen that?
Oh no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Have we got time? We've got one. Now, just let me see. Where did I put that? Is it in there? No. We've got to find it. I know it's here.
All right,
I
where is
think
it?
I'll look after the face. It could be in there. Oh, shit, where did I put it?
Ah, yes. There you go.
What? Oh, you've got it.
No. Have a look at the screen.
Oh, a little slap reference. We need a sound effect on that.
Yeah, no, there's a t-shirt.
Oh,
got
that's
another
a
one.
t-shirt you're gonna do.
Yes. Hang on, where's the other one? There's another one I did earlier.
Didn't I?
That was a shit show one. I like that.
Oh, I know where it is. It's in Canberra.
That one.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Now to the shit show. I reckon it's better than this.
Ah.
Are they back?
No, they're going to lunch.
Oh, okay.
That shit show. Done. Oh,
I think I put it in here.
Follow me, please.
I actually think I need to put a t-shirt on. I'm starting to sweat here.
Well, that's what I felt the other night, yeah. Oh, here it is.
Dear. Brace yourselves. Warning, warning.
Warning, warning, warning.
Mm-hmm.
This is now, here we go. This is Chloe. On the night, this is live footage that we have found of Chloe on the night. Here we go. That's it there, yes.
I should play some of my songs for once you've done that.
Oh! How do I get back there?
I'm just going to lurk. I'll be back in a second. I'll still stay on screen, but I'm going to lurk somewhere. What is it? The 31st.
Here we go. Thank you.
Oh. It's a
Before
packet of
proceeding to
soup.
remove the other media from the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Add to stage. Here we go. Look, this is live footage of Chloe on January 29th, 2022. It has been discovered. The sound isn't coming through, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I just like it. Can you hear the sound?
Yep. Not now.
Could be me. That could be my internet. Don't do that. Can't do two things at once. Here we go. I'll keep playing it now. I bid him. So she's running around everywhere. She's just He was in there too. He did that. Oh, that's the black blob. Oh, I don't know what that
good
is.
morning.
I don't want to play that.
How you doing?
Sharing. I don't know what that is. So you could hear that. I couldn't hear that. What are you doing, Jodie? We'll put the shit show back on. Front row. Don't you love his hair, guys? It took me ages to get that right. You got to lurk for a sec. Yeah, I use my phone. This one, the ending. I'm actually going to put, I got to adjust it and put the little avatar.
Tricia, I can see you. Tricia the
What's she
master.
doing?
She's stalking where I'm stalking.
Where is stalking? Tell me. I want to know.
No.
Where are you stalking?
I just wanted to check out a story. That's all. That's all. Just
What
needed
story?
confirmation.
What story?
Oh no, I got told something from someone and I thought it was all BS. Yeah.
Is it BS?
I don't think so.
Oh, so you can tell us then if it's not BS.
I can't because they're going to watch this.
Oh.
I'm just saying I saw Teresa in there. She in trouble. You bunch of lurking
Okay, now.
lurkers. Yeah.
I want to
You know
know
when you-
now.
Hey?
Text me.
I told about it this morning.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I'll put
God,
it
we
in.
had a lot of conversation. You do realise I just taken some pretty strong painkillers before I come to pick you up.
It's in private chat.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I told what I thought was a tall story.
Oh, okay, cool.
Remembering now?
Yes, so we are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how do we get onto?
I put that there.
Oh,
The
what have I
shit show
got?
one.
Yeah.
Here we go. I reckon that's pretty cool.
I'm going to put. I lied on you, Miss Tricia. Yes, she's my lurker. She's my lurker wench. Oh dear. All right, what do you want to do for the luncheon? Do you want to
I'm going to go have a quick ladies break.
Smoke?
And a
All
smoke.
right.
Yep.
Well, I might
So give me
put some
5
songs
and
on. Yeah.
yeah, cool.
I just saw you in there.
You're what?
She's
I'm
reporting
back.
She's my lurker wench. Yes. I went to
Yes.
check
Well, I was
too.
there one day and I thought, oh, I don't think we'll be watching much of this.
No. Yeah. No, I just saw her pop up while I was lurking.
Well, I was lurking on someone else's channel and I saw who you just went and lurked on. On somebody else's channel I was lurking on. I went, ooh, that's interesting.
So what? What was that?
Huh?
I didn't understand what you said.
I went lurking one night
Mm-hmm.
and I saw the person you guys just went lurking on.
On someone else's
somewhere else. Went, oh, that's interesting.
Telling what?
We're
Tales
little
or-
lurkers, aren't we?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
When you get told so many half truths,
So
And
much
then
stuff, you just can't. Don't know
it's
what to
almost
believe.
like the boy who cried wolf. You don't believe the big stuff type of thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yes, you're right.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah. So
It
I
does
don't
make
know.
it difficult to believe the big stuff.
I needed to confirm for my own eyes, basically, what was said was true. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mm.
Cool. I'll catch you soon.
Yeah. Yeah, because the surgery was supposed to have happened yesterday. That's why I was looking to see if there was any streams up. Oh, she's gone. All right, let's play some. I'm a smart liquor addict. No, I didn't chat either. Unless you, yeah. That's the big out. Oopsies. You are? Well, she wouldn't mention anything about it, and she's not putting herself on. I don't know, sweetheart. And I'm not inclined to ask either, because it might open a doorway. But yeah, you know. I don't do bullshit, and I don't have time for it. So it might be best left as it is. All right, where is my... This is the very first song I did for the first trial of Karen Reid, and then I did a really funny one about Sarah Boone, so I'll put the first one on first, and then I'll play the next one for you. We'd have to look at what can we put on whilst we watch that.
Oh, my name is Karen Reid. I plead not guilty to this deed. We were just drinking at the
A song. We should write a song. Yeah.
I hit you with my car. Though I don't really know how. Without me damaging the plow. So we found you in the snow. How you got there, I don't know. Brian Alberts is the place where we found your broken face. All the witnesses at trial clearing their phones can all but dial. The capes say they're your friend, but the truth they surely bend. They will pull out all the stops, protecting all the crooked cops. And those cringy texts I sent to the agent that was banned were removed in single threads by machines owned by the feds. So Detective Brian,
So should we do a song?
were not disturbed by my shrill screams.
Or do we want to do Temu?
Didn't fake it when she cried. Unlike Jen, who likes to mock a state of horror.
Simi, your song. Simi, put your link in. I forgot.
Eyes on you. Death is such a nasty thief of your life, Johnny O'Keefe.
And then we'll do a song. All right? Forgot to play a song the other night.
State of horror and of shock. Oh, my name is
Oh, hang on. Let's repeat the next one. I'll play Sarah Boone and then we'll go. Funny as. Did you guys follow this trial? Because if you don't, you probably won't get it.
So my name is Sarah Boone, and I'm on file for my life. And my defense in this darn trial is that I'm just a battered wife. My boyfriend George and I would drink and end up in a fight, till a game of hide and seek caused massive changes overnight. You see, we had been drinking wine, and I was probably off my face. And my boyfriend thought it cool to put himself in a suitcase. When I zipped him up inside, he started calling out my name. So I recorded what he said, cause I thought he was so lame. I was so drunk that I passed out, woke up with a thumping head. And when I opened up the suitcase, I found my boyfriend who was dead. Now they charged me with his murder, and I've been locked up in this jail. And my fate may be decided from my recordings of his wail. At first I claimed an accident, and in my statement I would say that the game of hide and seek was what we both wanted to play. And then I got some useless lawyers that were really effing dense, and they refused to change my claim to make it out of self-defense. So now I'm on my ninth attorney, and 5 long years has been a while, writing letters to the judge while I've been waiting for my trial. So when James Owen saw my ad, chose to help me save my life, he then put forward a new motion to claim defense for battered life. So let's see who has the power. But I might stink during the trial if I don't get a doggone shower. I want my chippies and Pop-Tarts and a box of cookies too. And maybe add to that some water and some peppermint to chew.
All right. Let me get this. What is it? Miniskirt's appearance at timestamp 3. Okie dokie. Hang on. I'll full screen it. And I'll move it so I can see what I'm doing. And you can't see it. Add it to stage. Remove that. Get off. Get off. Oh, fuck. That one. Thank you. Full screen? Yes. Okay. Tell me if you can hear it.
Oh my God. Hell yeah!
So I'm tipping that's you here, Sim. That one there. Is that you? Is that you doing the boom, 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 boom in the background? Or is that your son? Because there's 2 basses, is there?
Son's doing the chicka 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 on the other one, yeah. It's not a very good rendition, but it's right. Run. Okay. That's that's a screenshot worthy. Look at that. Who's the dirty hoe then? Love it. All right, let's go into the wrench wench file. Oh, sorry.
You wrote that last week.
That's gold. Where's Udahef? He needs you should have seen that. Is that on YouTube? It is. Is that on YouTube? Do you mind if I save that, Siri? Copy video URL. Oh, I've got a copy of that. I've got it. Sorry, I've got the link. Where's the avatar? Where is it? Oh, you emailed it to me. Hang on. Did you? Did you email it to me? It's not in there. Where is it, Jan? That's all right, sweetheart. No worries. Thanks for sharing it. Okay. Well, I'm just apparently Tanya's done your avatar and she's asked me to show it, but I don't know where she's put it. It will be up in a second as soon as I find it. Can you find it, Lassie?
Okay, I'll check my emails again. Refresh. Oh, the last email I got was. Oh, yep, got it. That's Simi. That's Simi's one. That was Simi, darling. That wasn't Jenny. I said to show sinus. Well, I've got Simi's. I've got that saved. I didn't need you to email it to me. All right. Where did I put Simi's? Right. Oh, these bloody headphones give me the shits. They keep falling off. Oh, no, I don't want that. Excuse me. Present. Oh, hello. You come in to say hello, have you? Yeah. Say hello. Hello. Say hello. Yeah. Say hello. Say hello. Whilst I get this. Say hello. Image file. Pictures can read. No. Yes. Yeah. CB. There it is. Come on. There you go. We get rid of the background. Ta-da! Yes, I did. We put up we did that yeah, no, that's me. I did put up the other one earlier. Oh, I did. That's the defense one. That was wicked. Ugh. I got cat fur in my mouth. Yeah, that's the defense. And the other one is where the frig did I put it? There. Yes, this is one of 4 of my lovely pussies. It's funny when they come inside. They've got this, because I've got like an L-shaped desk. They come in and they jump up, and they generally walk right round, step all over the keyboard, come back. And the first time they did that after it had rained, I'm like, you got wet pussy all over my desk. Yeah. It went down really well. All right, let me clear some of this shit off here so that I can get Suno up. Oh, all right, I'll come and feed you in a second. Hang on. Get rid of that one. And present. Share screen. Suno. Add to stage. What are you texting me? Yes. No, there's no rush. Me need some painkiller. Right, there we are. So, move over. I don't want that. I don't know how to get out of that. That wasn't my butt. That was my elbow. I would admit it, and you know that. All right, so I've chosen. We want to write our own lyrics, I assume, or do you want to just put a theme in, and let Suno create it? It's up to you. You know, write like a line for a verse and put it in chat, and we'll put it all together. Yeah, all right, go on. We've got to think, what theme do we want? What theme shall we do? Let me get a bit of paper. There it is there. Okay. No song. Themes. Got to make a song for your mods. All right. So mod song. Mod song. Mod song. Oh, sorry. Mod song. Okay. So, well, that means the phrase wrench wench has to be in it. So, what rhymes with wrench? Bench. Stench. Wench. So there's got to be something like chat, like and subscribe. I don't know. Like and sub. What else? Inch, pinch, quench, cinch. Inch, pinch, wench, cinch. All right, that's given me an idea with that. Need to have the skill. All right, this for the first one. To become, what is it? No, to join the A list and become a real. To join the defense rest A list and become a real wench. You need you need to have the skill to be bent over the bench. Rock out with your wench out. No, that doesn't rhyme. It's like rock out with your cock out. Jam out with your clam out. to join the defense rest A list and become a real wench, you need to have the skill to be bent over the bench. Well, Elizabeth, tick. Oh, you go and see me. No worries, sweetheart. Stench. Yeah, got that one. Rock out with your cock out. And here I was focusing on the jobs and responsibilities of the wenches. The defense rest and Jodie's set up a verdict watch. What? Bum roll. Bum roll. Good job. Yep. I'm happy to go with even fart bubble. On Shorty's stream, it was Find Your Joy. Find your joy. Oh, really? I'm gonna have to feed this one before I choose my arms off. Find your joy stream. All right. Keep thinking. Keep putting some lyrics in chat. I'll feed this little. You should have come home at dinner time. Yeah. Not. What do you call this? This is 4 a.m. Where have you been? You dirty pussy. Huh? Watching Hank Brennan being an arsehole. Well, come and share it and watch it on here whilst I go and feed this little turd. And take some painkillers. Sound effects are original from the depths of our soul. Okay. Sound effects are. Oh, that Hank Brennan was. Okay. That's lyrics. I get you. The sound effects are real. Sound effects are original from the depths of our soul. Yeah. Come and play your song, Tan. I can't hear it again because I burst out crying. And what was the next bit? Watching Hank Brennan being an asshole. Yep. Elizabeth tells all and doesn't give a shit. And what rhymes with shit? Jodie has a dirty pussy. Okay, darling, bye. Date stamping on the desk. Come on, Elizabeth. Where are you? Oh, well, stuck in the naughty corner. Yep, okay. Elizabeth tells all and doesn't give a shit. She might sound like a lady, but she doesn't mind a bit. I'll show this Jimmy. You're getting a bit. Want something for Udahef? Fuck, what rhymes with Udahef? It'll have to be with Brian. I'll stuck in the naughty corner. Whilst Jodie is dreaming of getting a bit. Okay, Bub's calling, love ya. Shall I put that in? Jodie has a dirty pussy. No, I don't. It's not going in there. I fed most of the little nuggets. Find your joy on Shorty's stream. Was a real work of art. Work of art. Until Jodie crashed the scene and shared her bubbly fart. Until Jodie crashed the scene and shared her, I've got to run out of room, bubbly fart. Okay. So we've got 3 verses, I think. I need something that rhymes with that stamping on the bench, rock out with your cock out, while stuck in the naughty corner. Jam out with your clam out. Let me put that in. The nuggets was about the cats. Same with one coming in now. I know. Yep. And I know he's avoiding us. Especially now it's the defense. He'll be watching every second of it, but there's not even a doubt. Like, if they can prove to me that she did it, I'm open to that. Oh, okay. All right. When Brian makes his mind up, he's like a dog with a bone. I do think he's avoiding us, though. Just quietly. All right. So I need an extra. I need that rhyme with. No. What did I say? When Brian makes his mind up, it's like a dog with a bone. It doesn't rhyme with anything that I've got here. But then we could do bone, own, loan, cone, shown. Phone. Moan. Gives Jodie a wind up, yeah. I'm giving with no tax. No, he's allowed his say. He's strong verbal argument. Strong verbal. Maybe code, and that would rhyme with chode. Road. Mode. Abode. Oh, what about Florida? Jodie responds with a groan. Give Jodie a wind up. Maybe strong moral code. Do Brian's page. Go back up, scroll. What Tracy wrote. Brian isn't. Brian isn't lying when. Oh, when he says that he won't quit. Because there's more that rhymes with that. Drone. What was I trying to rhyme it with? Bone. That's right. Like a dog with a bone. Oh, I've got to do one that rhymes with. The sound effects are original from the depths of our soul. So, soul, mole. Soul, mole, hole, mole, coal, roll. Oh. Yeah, you must be. No? You're not muted. Can you hear me? Plug your mic back in, maybe. Because it's not showing muted on your screen. I'll mute it and unmute it. There you go. Try again. No, can't hear you.
Sorry, I
That's
did
enough.
mute it that way. I muted it the other way. Don't worry about this, but my background's gone.
No. Taz too.
I've only got the green screen there.
Did you put your sign up? I've got echo.
Did you put your sign up? I haven't got my headphones on.
No. All right, I'm gonna go and get some painkillers.
Okay. I'm gonna go and see what's wrong with this. Oh, and I'll run my other song that Teresa cried at the other night.
Yeah, we both cried out the other day. I'll put this share screen up so that you can keep an eye.
Oh shit! I know why we can hear it now. My phone's on.
Yeah.
That's odd when I was having a thingy. All right, got it fixed.
So you can keep an eye on if it comes back on. All you gotta do is bring
Oh,
it
I
back
can
up
put
on
that up on
stage.
mine. Yeah, that's okay. I
Okay.
can put that up on mine.
Well, I've muted my end.
Okay. What is who are you on Court TV?
Yeah.
Go away.
So we need some words that rhyme with soul.
Asshole.
Yeah. Soul, chat, desk.
Desk. Oh, that's a hard one.
And out. And
what?
Out.
Out. Pout.
So desk, out, chat. That's what I need. I'll come back. I might have to
Yeah, I fixed the echo Teresa. And I worked out my stuff. But I can't. I don't know what's happened. Why my backdrop's gone like, and it's not fixing up. Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh, it's not fixing up my face anymore. That's no good, is it? Pout, doubt, bout. Oh yes, bout is good, isn't it? Okay, what I might do is the good ones. I'll star them so that she can see them when she gets back. So I like that one. Jodie responds with a groan. We could say Jodie responds with a moan. It's hilarious. Come on, girls. I need some more. I need some more. I do not look fine. I much prefer it how it puts makeup on me. Crazy, I know. Oh, look, Jodie hasn't changed her little avatar there either. I did green eyes for her. Now, I need to verify. Jenny, have you really got green eyes? Those pictures show that you've got brown eyes. What's going on? Did your eye colours change? As soon as Jodie comes back, fix this. Oh, there we go. I'm going to get a solo layout. Bugger her. Oh, gosh, I wish I knew more about this. I'm getting better at it, though, aren't I? Not screwing up as much. Hey, and I'm not getting shut down by YouTube for breach copyright in 152 countries anymore. I'm going to just jump out of the studio and come back in. Give me half a sec. That's better. So except for this. Oh, I hate this because it's the opposite. Like, and I go, oh no, it's over this side. I bloody there and there. I hit my head the other night. I got out of bed and I went to get a painkiller out of the drawer, and I was a bit dizzy because I get dizzy spells and with the pain. And I bloody face planted on the set of drawers. Oh, didn't it hurt? Unbelievable. I do that kind of stuff sometimes, though. I fall over. That's one of my problems. Okay. So come on, we've got to come up with some more lines. Oh, I'll play my song. I'll get that up going on here, actually. So I just have to do this here. And tell this one to go over here. And then I shall get my song up. And it is only audio at the moment. I haven't put it with the video. But I'll get there. Oh, there it is there. That's easy, isn't it? And tell me if you can hear this, because I'm not sure. I've got to open it in a different way. There. That's it. No, I don't want to open it with that. There's no point. There's no video. Open with. Here we go. There we go. That one. Oh no, that's the video. You're not seeing that. Oh, so today is now the 31st of May here in Australia. Is it for you guys? I don't know. This confused me. Yes. No, you're Friday. You're still the 30th. I'm having another granddaughter today because my daughter's overdue. So she is going to be induced today. Won't that be fun? So Jodie and I know imagine sometime after we go and pick up her prescriptions and get our nails done, then we will probably go to the hospital to see my new grandbaby girl. That should be so much fun. Okay, where is my audio? Oh, God. It should be in that file. That's just the... Okay. Oh, no, that was actually my granddaughter. That's the video. Where the hell did I put the audio to the damn thing? Oh, I hate where I do this. It could be that one. Nope, that folder's empty. Oh, there it is. Music, nope. Pictures, nope. Oh, documents. See, I thought it was in there. It's not it though. Don't you hate it when you can't find things? Oh, they're back. They're back. They're returning shortly. We better put it back on stage. Yep. Oh, Jodie might be a little behind actually, and I can't make her go forward. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Have they said anything yet? Can we hear them? Oh. I can't hear it. Can you hear that? I don't say Jodie muted it. No. Oh, so maybe, oh, hang on. No, they're connected. I don't know. I can't hear it. Can you? No, you can't either. Shit. Daddy, it's on your end. I can't change it. I will just give her a ring and tell her I cannot change it. Hello? Hello? Did you mute the screen presentation? I can't. It's back on. We can't hear it.
Itself.
The date does, yes.
Because the SD card is what the other chip's part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds.
Brennan's a bit louder now.
If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welcher's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welcher's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically, he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report, where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right? So when you just made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess's report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3 second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I
show.
know that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it.
Yeah, I would too. Double negatives.
When
don't
you
work, mate.
reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
Okay. The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra. It's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key on timer from that same Lexus.
You know, Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. You looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You looked at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3-second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3-second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but
And
not
you're
this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry. Finish.
No, I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. If had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Miss Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct. And that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now, let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge the left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report, and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times. So, I mean, that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m.
5:04:27.
You said on direct examination, oh boy. You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart. So
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers
That your previous witness was
columns
right.
are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent studies about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 114.13, all the way down to 504.28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. Do you know where it came from?
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained.
Sure.
Oh, we got a sidebar.
Do you know the genesis, the source of those 4 numbers?
Definitively no.
Your entire premise of your slides and values and ranges depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those are all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. Ortiz's phone?
Yes.
You did know that.
I know that they're phone calls
From who?
between. Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So
Do you know where those calls came from? The source.
a phone,
Whose?
Miss Reed's phone.
Now, I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's not a contemporaneous synchronization, you plug your phone in, it's going to register on the infotainment system, but come from the phone? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the infotainment system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself. So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Sure. If there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads the information from the iPhone on the infotainment system? Did you know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Well, if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on a predicate you don't even know what it is?
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
No, like her gets like that.
So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your question.
My apologies. If you have two different devices, a Lexus clock, the entertainment system, and an iPhone, you would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing two iPhones, do you have an opinion, do you agree that you would expect the variance to be very small, iPhone to iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
Two iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So as you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely two iPhones would sync with each other?
No.
Do you see in the first 5 columns the numbers are small, 22121?
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree all of your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate.
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into it. What you're saying that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't know.
Sustained.
So this is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first 5, 12121. If they're iPhone to iPhone and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone, your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they? Objection.
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they? Objection.
Sustained.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31, do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are 2 different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is 2 separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm going to paraphrase, again, Mr. Birch's report as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were 2 calls placed, there were 2 call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only one timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are 2 separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
if these are two separate calls, can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information is not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car, isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Did you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So
Sorry.
look at 530 right in the middle. In 530.52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 530.31 infotainment device. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities,
He's such a prick. Yeah.
Oh, was it Felix?
I'm.
Oh, Hannon.
Yeah. I might
Oh,
take you up
Felix.
on that. I might take you up on that cat trap. Fuckers.
Oh, that other freaking cat again.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Assholes.
16 seconds
Now,
different than 5.
I can't pause from the. I had to lay down, sorry. I can't pause. I can mute, but I can't pause or anything. So from here, I can turn it on and off and shut it down or whatever, but I don't know if you can pause from
No.
your end. Okay.
No,
That's all right.
I can't.
Just so you know.
And I couldn't unmute it either.
No.
We didn't miss much though.
What do you get?
You're saying, if maybe so I can be clear what you're asking, if we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21, how many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
5.
37?
Oh.
And so you can see, did you know that the next car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? That ring a bell?
I don't have any of those key-ons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them, which shows that variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable, yes.
But when I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to
Oh,
agree
you
with
are
me
such
that
a
variances
cunt.
move?
I
Yes, they do.
fucking hate
Okay.
this man. Oh. Just the arrogance of the fucking, the
If
gall.
those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Do you notice that it's all bullshit questions?
Yeah.
Yes. With the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions
the jury
on things
picks
like that
up
are
on
based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please.
He's making it all about mobile phone timing, and it's got
Oh,
nothing
it's
to do
all
with it.
about seconds. Like, give me a fucking
Yeah,
break.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
making me sleepy too.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm
Given-
doing Jenny's
could you-
avatar.
could you,
What with this?
zoom in a little, please, on the
You're
left?
on then down twice, Jody. Oh, bedroom
was that?
studio. Oh,
Given that
Yeah.
these data
bedroom
points
studio now.
I am.
come at 5 in the morning or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30. Did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed and you're critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you
Yeah.
read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in.
Shannon Burgess is a
11:62,
less
12,
reliable method.
31, 43 to 48, than the 3-point turn.
He hasn't even got a fucking Bachelor of Science.
When he explains that
He's
the
got an associate
method
degree. Associate diploma or something, hasn't he?
Even I'm more educated than he
of
is.
using 521
You
and
are.
530
You are.
on January 29, 2022, he explains
Left is
about
more educated
how
than
the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's power back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Miss Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when
That's
you
bullshit. Your phone
decided or
doesn't sync the
formulated your
time with
critique,
the
didn't you?
infotainment system.
Yes.
This
No,
further
but he's talking
indicated
about the
that the
Wi-Fi.
associated timestamps for those calls originated from Miss Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
Take that
This
fucking
behavior
country
was
code.
previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay.
And why
Do you
would
agree
John
generally, or
sync
can I
his
give you the
phone
report? You
to
can look
Karen's
and
car?
remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure.
Do-
Do you
do
have
you
a
have
copy?
the-
Would you like me to bring it
Do you
to
have the reports with you, sir?
not.
Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. You want me to show the mark? Let me see if I can get a clean copy for the witness.
What?
Chop, chop. Make it quick. Make it snappy. Come on. That's what he's like. Let's get a copy for the witness.
A clean copy that I haven't written all over.
Yeah.
I don't have
Oh,
a clean
Thane
copy. I
Rivers
don't
is
want to
doing
show
my
you
morning
something that has
cheer.
my writing on it. Not that I care that you read it, but it's protocol. Okay. In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment?
Yes.
Yeah.
The call logs are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point, which is referring to the 5:30-31.
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m.
That's
to
what
5:30
Hank's
a.m.
doing.
window, a clock speed of approximately
You know how his audio's going in and out? He's walking around, flailing around, doing the whole theatrics.
Well, I think they should be made to wear a headset if they're going to walk around and not
Yeah.
near their microphone. They get up the bloody witnesses. Oh, put your
Yeah.
mouth closer to the microphone.
Yeah, no,
No,
he's doing the
Jesus.
whole theatrical thing.
Oh, waving his arms around and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Allow it. Unless, do you have, I'll see Councillor Tadmar.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Oh, sidebar. Bar.
He's making a big deal out of it, pacing backwards and forwards from the podium.
But they're only talking about freaking seconds. What?
I know.
How does seconds come into this? Like, I don't know. They're just dickheads, really.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not worried about tenths of a mile.
What all this
But they're
time
worried
is
about
spent,
seconds.
all this time is spent on arguing about whether the fucking phones match the infotainment system to a 3-point fucking turn, which means nothing.
I know.
The 3-point turn did not fucking kill John. Like, move on, idiots.
Well, which 3-point turn are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is just ridiculous. I think he's just wasting everybody's time.
You're not going to. You're not going to drive forward. What did they say? 82 feet or something in total, or 50, even 59 feet was the first one.
No, backwards 87 feet. So she went forwards 34 feet, then went backwards 34 feet, and then went further because back to the starting point where she went forwards, and then backwards
You're going to do that
another 53
Yeah.
feet.
I was listening to someone this afternoon in my slumber, and I can't remember who. I think it might have been Lawyer You Know, and I think he mapped it out on like a scaled map of Fairview Road, how far away that was from the fucking driveway, and
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Why would you back all the way back to the? I
to
don't
do a
understand.
3-point
Why would
turn
you?
there, yeah. Why go
Yeah.
that far?
Yeah,
to-
and I mean, in the middle of the night, the road seemed pretty decently wide. It was at least 2 cars wide. Why wouldn't you just chuck
Yeah,
a
but it
Yui
was-
right there and do your 3-point turn?
But the accuracy of going that far back and actually making contact with John gives him 60 feet of warning as well. Like,
Sir, going back
Yeah,
to my
let him know she
question,
was
so
coming.
you read Mr. Burgess' report, the same report that you're critiquing, and you were aware of this information, weren't you?
Yes.
And so you were aware that Mr. Burgess in his May 8th report was identifying that
he's still a fuckwit.
the section in green was the only contemporaneous information for analysis. Did you know that?
That he deemed.
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
You didn't say, I quote.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's give him a copy. Does he have the clean copy?
I'd need a coffee, that's for sure. I love the bloody text things. Closed captions, I kind of get it wrong sometimes.
Uh-huh.
You can turn to page 3.
Please.
What I read to you was where it says clock sync method 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is, if you look at the second paragraph, I read that to you word for word. Do you see that?
Yes.
I hope Jackson prepped him.
5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m.
Oh, I
the
think
only
he's
two data
answering
points
very well. He's not evading
when that
anything,
car
you know.
was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph, do you agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
No.
Because you still are under the mistaken belief that
Sustained.
you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
It's presented as that way in his initial report, which is what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I had, that those points should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
He's not assuming, it says it on the friggin' document, mate.
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way. But it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
And if it was iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization.
Okay.
It would change the total number of possibilities.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please.
Wrong at school is how great Marsha is at this, or how wonderful Marsha did that.
Arca.
If you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis, and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of your chart would now be wrong?
What do we have? 12 lines on the chart?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart.
Counting.
If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to 14, please. And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge it. If your analysis about infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
And the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as queuing it from the 3-point turn event 11:62:1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32.
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
Generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea, not as reliable as the 3-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the 3-point turn information,
Come on.
you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the 3-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't just have it in his head. He put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
Oh, he puts lots of things
And
on
in that
paper for all to
report,
see.
not only does he break down the data, he also shows
That he
the
can
visual,
lie about
the actual
education.
data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
I cannot stand this man. Can he handle it? The ground's a spinner. Remember that ad?
Yes.
Yes. Exhibit 192A. Okay. Let's start with 192B, please. If you could
Oh, he
open
said
that up so
please.
we could see it a little better.
Oh my God.
When you look at the data he actually broke down, do you agree that instead of at the end of the 3-point turn event as timestamp 154, that actually is at the beginning of the 3-point turn? Do you agree with that?
I don't know if the points are numbered on here, so I can't tell which point he's referencing as 154.
Do you see the green circle?
Yes.
Do you see the black line?
Yes.
Does that orient you to the direction the car was traveling?
That appears to be what he's trying to convey with this chart.
And then the yellow is facing a different direction towards Fairview, correct?
It is.
And do you see the green square rectangle?
Yes.
You think that correlates to the green circle?
That seems to be what this graph implies.
Okay. And it notes that,
So ask it differently, Mr. Bowman.
does that heading note the start of the three-point turn of O'Keefe's phone is 12:23:59?
I'm going to allow it.
No.
That's what Mr. Burgess states in the report.
And do you have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
No, I didn't do an independent analysis of the three-point turn maneuver.
And then the heading of the change, end of three-point turn to O'Keefe's home, 12:24:07. You have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
I did not analyze the three-point turn maneuver.
And so when you look at that and break down 154, did you determine or make an analysis that 154 that was generally accepted, because there is variances between items, when you break it down with more specificity, 154 is actually earlier than the three-point turn conclusion. Did you consider that?
I'm going to allow that, yeah.
Oh, of course you're going to allow it, bitch.
I'm not sure I understand the question, if you don't mind.
You mentioned Dr. Welch's report said it relied on 154 as a timestamp for the end of the three-point turn.
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's May 8th report and based on the data, which you don't contest, you now agree that 154 was not the end of that three-point turn. It was at the beginning.
Based on how Mr. Burgess presents it, I didn't do an independent analysis. So I'm not on one side with Mr. Burgess or one side with Dr. Welcher. They present independent methods.
Are you suggesting in any way it's inaccurate?
Oh.
Are you suggesting it is in any way inaccurate?
I'm going to
He
allow
said
that.
the same question.
I don't have any opinions as to the individual accuracy of the methods selected by either Mr. Burgess or Dr. Welcher.
Do you have any information you'd like to add or weigh in on to dispute the accuracy of those times?
Sustained.
And let's turn to the previous exhibit so we can actually see the data that's broken down. You could open that.
Use your manners.
154 timestamp, if you go to the left, please. Do you see that right above the green line?
Yes.
12:23:58. You see that?
Yes.
And then the green goes to the orange, and that's an 8-second difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you looked at this, you considered that this was a more detailed study of that timestamp by Mr. Burgess, right?
More detailed is, yes, that's correct.
And do you know why he did a more detailed analysis of this? Why it wasn't in the original PowerPoint?
No, I don't.
Well, you said that variances are generally accepted in the community, right?
Yes.
But then you wrote a report suggesting numbers and additions, and you submitted that report as part of the basis of your testimony, right?
I only submitted a PowerPoint. I have no report.
PowerPoint. And after you submitted the PowerPoint, isn't it fair to say Mr. Burgess then analyzed this data to be more specific after you introduced your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So can you guess why he went through a more detailed analysis?
No.
Sustained. Strike it.
In the final exhibit? Let's go back to the data. You said that Mr. Burgess had an 8-second range, 21 to 29 seconds, remember?
Yes.
And you were suggesting that somehow there was some uncertainty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you guessing about his state of mind, whether he was certain or not? Do you know
He's getting
why
frustrated.
he gave an 8-second range? Objection.
So ask it differently, Mr.
Okay. You suggested the reason why there's an 8-second range is that Mr. Burgess was uncertain. Remember saying that to this jury?
Not in those exact words, but that's what uncertainty is. Uncertainty is a range. If we don't know a specific value, we put a range around it. That's uncertainty. That's a
This data from the green, you agree it indicates the beginning of the three-point turn.
So he's walked away again.
At the end of the car,
Yeah.
motion at 11.2 miles per hour. Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Do you agree with that?
I
you
see
agree with
speed
that?
values there. I see some headings. I can't convert GPS in my head, so I don't know.
You could have analyzed this data yourself, right? Before you came in and gave an opinion.
I could have.
But you didn't.
I did not.
Do you have any reason to test the accuracy of this data that's been broken? No objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Oh,
And so by giving the range of 8 seconds, you talked about looking at different values to be fair, wide range, right? Even though this analysis depends on
wait for Jackson's redirect.
redirect.
Hmm.
Would you agree it's kind of forgiving to give that 8-second range to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the 3-point turn all the way to the end of it rather than just giving the end point?
As to that form, that's a different Mr.
8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data in the 8-second range
What are you doing?
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct?
And so
I'm emptying my bucket.
the matching times at the end of the
Plugging in my bike.
going back to the beginning, isn't that even more forgiving than the 8-side objection?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm going to allow. Yeah.
Yeah, I would call it a conservative approach to use a range of values.
Mr. Brennan, can you get under my robes later?
Sure.
Well, she's important now. She's person.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty
Oh, you didn't hold your witness to that?
about whether text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty, is the text stream data would not reflect the collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07
Oh my
a.m.
God.
on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
I'm thinking back to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from that.
I can't really
I
hear
don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's
You're-
19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
No.
Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
Oh,
It's not-
let's talk about
Justine.
misleading, shall we?
I have no further questions.
Fuck off. And take the fucking donkey with you.
Yes. You were asked a number of questions a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen.
Jenny, do you have green eyes or brown eyes?
Ha.
They look brown
Specifically,
in
you
your
were asked
photos.
about your expertise regarding mobile data devices. Mobile
Cool.
devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert in
Yes.
that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
No.
You hold a bachelor's degree
Yes.
and you hold a master's degree.
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
Fucking go.
Mr. DeSogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version.
No, I
to
did
the
in
one
dark
that you
green, so that's
most
good, Jen.
recently amended it to.
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report,
So-
the May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the text stream events that you noted on Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific text stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, and whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
You said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 30th?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
That it sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a chart?
It would. Thank you.
So 11 more events between.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Between the time of the U-turn, like, because I mean, they had to get it on the truck and I don't know, other things. I
Yeah,
guess.
there are a lot. I would have to really use my finger to count them all.
Okay, more than 8,
Total after 1162-2.
only on the 29th.
There aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
Safe to say there are many, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And again, this goes back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Brennan. I want to follow up on. In no instance were any of those related to a collision, to your knowledge, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were any of those that you reviewed at any time, the lifetime of the vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could, based on questioning by Mr. Brennan surrounding the 12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking you about those questions, about that event?
Yes.
Your analysis was based on the time span. Let me rephrase that. Was your analysis based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses together of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event or trigger event and the lock event at 12/32/09?
Objection.
So the question is that what he's considering?
Correct. In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on that time frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12/32/16 in the form of steps taken, 36 steps over the course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis or opinion in any way?
Objection.
I'll allow that in that form.
Yes.
In what way?
If the phone event moves from 12/32/09 to 12/32/16, then of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single time. Instead of, it was 25 for 30 in the original analysis. The hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them would occur at a point in time. Let me rephrase that. All of them would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's convenient.
If you were told, I'll give you another hypothetical. If you were told that there was a Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12:33:14, would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
You were asked several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and one of his original analyses dealing with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Burgess?
Hold on.
Of course.
You need to, we have to turn the fans off.
And I'm not speaking loud enough.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'll raise my voice.
Oh,
I just don't
shit.
wanna scream over people, but I will raise my voice.
Let's try this for a few minutes.
May I start again?
That question, yes.
Thank you.
Snarly bitch.
You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report, correct?
Correct.
I want to change gears and ask a different question or series of questions about the text stream data versus the infotainment system data, specifically the timestamps associated therewith. Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah.
Won't be long.
The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the of the text stream data or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, well, fundamentally it came from the exemplar testing where he identified, and he was actually, well, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, or at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself. But they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system, I'm going to rephrase again, so I'm as clear as I can be. When that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? A stopwatch starts running? Timer?
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay. Separate and apart from the VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock on it?
Has a clock.
Are those two things independent of one another?
Completely independent.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key-on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment, or proposing that adjustment can be made, because the key on timer is going to start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, you've got to realign the two. And that's where the 3 seconds comes from, is these are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two vis-a-vis the 3-second delay?
No, he did not.
Thank you. With the court's permission, may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint of,
Okay.
and that is, we've talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolk? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No.
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was
Did
a
you
screen.
type-
It was a screenshot.
Thank you, screenshot. Did you type a single word? Engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was
Did
a
you
screen.
type-
It was a screenshot.
Thank you, screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it.
Yes.
You didn't type anything on this.
I did not.
Put it in the green box.
You were asked a ton of questions just a few minutes ago about whether or not the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of questions about that left column being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. Remember that?
Yes.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call
There's a certain
timestamps
expectation.
from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis, would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Sustain.
Oh, sustain what? You twat.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Do you need the light on?
I don't. And we can pull that down.
She's so goddamn biased.
What was your entire analysis predicated on? What was it based on? The foundation of it, as you explained your analysis to Ms. Jury during the course of the day.
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be an initial report by Mr. Burgess, an initial PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher, and a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
Did you change any of their data?
No,
Did you change any of their analyses?
no,
Did you explain their analyses?
yes.
Sustained, ask it to.
Oh,
What were you trying to do in terms of your presentation, in your PowerPoint, in the presentation to this jury?
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places.
I know,
So my goal
I
was
know.
to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the calls, correct? You remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Do you remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report, how many of the scenarios indicated, based on his data and his analysis, that the lock event occurred after the text terminal?
All of them.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Question about a phone.
So, Mr. DeSorga, this demonstrates the danger or the difficulty.
Hold on. Start the
It's
question
cross-examination.
differently.
It is, it has to be a question.
Start. Go ahead, Mr.
This demonstrates the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
What are you referring to with this?
Well, you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data, are you?
I'm relying on expert reports.
You're criticizing somebody's report, but you yourself can't defend data that you haven't actually analyzed and broken down yourself.
No, but there's an expectation from an expert.
When you're looking at someone's report, you're guessing as to what they thought or presumed if you haven't spoken to them.
No.
Fair?
No.
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me and interpreting them for what they say.
When someone plugs their iPhone into a car after it turns on, and the car reads data that's on the iPhone, that data then resides on the infotainment system, correct?
There's a transfer of data. Yes.
And so unless you actually do the study yourself, you had no way of knowing if that information, although on the iPhone, on the infotainment system, you had no idea whether it was from an iPhone or from the infotainment. Fair?
That's right. I don't think that's.
And so when you
No.
don't actually do the work yourself, and you just presume or you guess, you could get it wrong, couldn't you?
If I had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
1 through 5, and you telling me right now, with a reasonable degree of data certainty, that that information is based on the infotainment clock. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know. But if you actually did the analysis yourself rather than just.
Oh my God.
Objection. So I'm going to strike it, ask it differently, Mr.
If you
Brennan.
actually did the analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that it would be wrong, correct?
I don't think the analysis was possible in this case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
Testing was done or not. Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not, do you?
I know it's in the reports. The testing wasn't in the reports.
Did you read Jessica Hyde's report?
No,
Did you read Ian Whitman's report?
no,
You don't know if that testing was done, do you?
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that stand.
I do not, sir.
And so if you're wrong, your assumptions and product are then wrong.
Part of my conclusions would change. I wouldn't agree that I'm wholesale wrong.
Well, as a scientist, if they're not accurate, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
That might be a nuanced answer.
I'm sorry?
I said that might be a nuanced answer. Frankly, I'm not sure how to give you a good answer to that
If
question.
you have
I
the
knew
wrong
I-
data when you're doing your analysis, then the final analysis is going to be wrong. If you have using the wrong data, it's that simple.
Yes.
Yeah,
You
if
have to
the
be a
data
scientist to
said
figure
he was
that out.
wrong.
Yes, that's
Okay. if we could have Mr. Welcher's 33.
I'd like a 22 up your ass. Oh, I said that out loud, didn't I?
If you could open that up, please. You were asked about whether the window is within the time frame of 12/32/09, the last user interaction with the phone. When you look at this data, could you go to the top, please? You see on vehicle speed, the car is moving. You see that? Could you enlarge that a little bit, please? The beginning of that data capture, the car's already moving, correct?
I see vehicle speeds, right, in those first couple of lines, yes.
Yes?
Yes, I see vehicle speed.
If you go to the bottom, at the end, the car is still moving, yes?
I see vehicle speeds there as well.
2361. That would indicate, in your experience with text stream data, the car is still moving, yes?
At the end of the record, there is a vehicle speed, the car is moving. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And so when you're making your conclusions that something's with or without, you're simply talking about the time of the 10 seconds of data, yes?
Yeah, everything that I've done has been referencing the end of event 1162-2, which is exactly how it's been referenced in all of the other reports.
That 10-second window, yes?
Not even the window, just the end. Everything in the Aperture reports talks about the end of event 1162-2. So that's what I used across everything.
And when you say end of event, you're referring just to data, not the actual real life event.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the recording.
Okay. And so after that window, 12/32/04 to 12/32/12, you were asked a question about what might have happened 4 seconds later, 12/32/16. Remember you were asked about that?
Yes.
Did you know at 12/32/16 that John O'Keefe's cell phone moved for the last time? Did you know that?
No.
And between 12/32,
What's that got to do with it? What?
which is in the 10-second window, and 12/32/16, do you know what John O'Keefe was doing in that 4-second period?
No.
Do you know if he was walking?
No.
Do you know if he was crawling?
No.
Do you know if he was falling?
No.
You don't.
I do not know.
What the fuck?
Okay.
12/32/16 wasn't just that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was moving, but the steps did.
I didn't review the phone data, so I don't know.
Did you review anything to indicate that steps were taken over the course of the week?
Objection.
So that's sustained.
You were asked just a second ago. What about the data? What was wrong? Then you'd be wrong, correct?
Generally, yes.
Garbage in, garbage out. Basic scientific postulate, correct?
Generally, yes.
You're relying on whose data?
Mr. Burgess's data and Dr. Welcher's data.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. DeSogra, you are all set, sir. So you can step down. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like.
What is the time? So it's only 3:30 in the afternoon there. Holy crap, it feels like longer than that. Way longer than that. And if you imagine if Hank's going to come in that hard and that fucking off center with DESOGRA, he is going to go ape on the ARCA. And I hope they shove it to him. I wonder who'll be next. Well, I don't know. 3:30, you would think so, because they've said it's a full day today. So they've got, what, an hour and a half? They'll take away, 15-minute recess now, just to see if the next witness is
ready. That's what I would assume they're doing now. In my opinion, I think the jury should have been sequestered for this entire trial. Huh. It's hard when you've got that witness. That's why Hanks left the defence to call Proctor, because you're limited. You can't ask leading questions because you've got the direct examination. It's your witness. And he can ask the leading questions.
All right. Jurors, we did that to have me decide whether I'm going to let you go home now or not, and I'm going to let you go home. So that 5 minutes after stop means that you get to go home, because we know we'll be longer and we don't want to do this to you, okay? So we'll break for the day. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Additional caution, please be very careful. Continue to be careful with your social media use. We will see you Monday. Monday will be a full day. We'll start right around 9 on Monday morning. So we'll see you then. Have a great week.
Please rise for the jury.
It sounded like they were going to have some out of presence of the jury discussions. I think. Didn't she say that? I'm sure she said, I've still got some things to discuss with the lawyers.
We'll come back. I'll come back in 5 minutes for the voir dire.
Voir dire, yeah, I told you. Who are they voir diring? Fucking hell. Yeah, so it'll be a 5-minute break. Go and have a wee. Go and put the kettle on. Ice cream would be lovely. Fuck. Now you got me wanting an ice cream. I don't know what I've got in my freezer. That's 5:30 a.m. I don't think an Uber will come and deliver me something. You never know, though. Maybe. I could certainly have a look. Nice caramel sundae from Macca's. Oh, Teresa, you're evil. You're a bad influence. As I said to you earlier, I had to go to this fucking pain specialist, chronic pain specialist again, to review my medications, because they're because I'm treated for chronic pain, but when I injured my groin, they have to treat the acute pain as well, and they generally treat that with opioids, as you know. So, but chronic pain doesn't respond to opioids, and it oversensitizes it, and you start the whole process of oversensitizing your central nervous system. Now, there is like a course of tablets that will help block those pain signals, but you have to not be on the opiates to start this medication, and it's not covered under the PBS. So pretty much they say, okay, well, you can't have any painkillers, and you'll have to start on this, and it'll take a couple of weeks to start working, but you can't have any painkillers in the meantime, because it what do you call it, defeats the purpose. So it's either that or the ketamine infusion, which is like 10 to 14 days in hospital and $6,000 to $8,000. Yeah. Because they don't offer it in the public system over here. It's all private. So, but in the meantime, yeah, I got another diagnosis. So you've probably heard of lymphedema, which is like the residual fluid left in your ankles and your extremities, basically, which pools there. There is another similar, well, it sounds similar, but it's not. So it's actually what Tanya has. She's got lipedema. There's 3 people in, so I'm assuming, yes. I probably should clue Jenny in too as to what my background, I suppose. So lipedema is a connective tissue disorder where it deposits abnormal distribution of fat to generally the lower legs and the upper arms, and they turn into what's like painful nodules. They feel like peas under your skin. It's really weird, and that's what Tan has on her legs. And when I went to hospital last month, I had a lot of fluid on my legs, so they've put me on fluid tablets. And since the fluid has subsided, underneath that, I have found all these goddamn like pea lumps, but in different places. So I've got them all over my stomach, my upper thighs, and my upper arms. Some are big, some are small, some hurt, some don't. And it turns out that the two are both related. So they're both an autoimmune disease. They're both connective tissue or adipose tissue disorders. They deposit this abnormal fat and disproportionately to different places, and they grow these lipomas, basically the nodules. And there is nothing you can do about it. They're independent to themselves. They're very vascular, so they have their own like blood supply. They're like a little life form of their own. No diet, no exercise will do anything about it. And it's the only treatment really is liposuction to get rid of them, but there's no guarantee that they won't grow back. So now I know why I look like I'm 9 months pregnant. Yeah. Woohoo! It's genetic too, or there's a genetic factor. It's a dominant gene, not a recessive gene, and more prevalent in women of menopausal age, apparently. Tick, tick, tick. Because my GP was trying to tell me that I needed to have, bariatric surgery. And I've been there and I've done that. Like, I did all that back when I was in my 30s and lost like 60 kilos and had the full tummy tuck, the whole lot, and got down to like 85 kilos. It was hot as fuck. And then I got diagnosed with the arthritis and put on the prednisolone, and yeah. So, yeah. So not only, and it's fairly, of course, it's like not a common disease, as per usual. That's what I cop. But it's like the sister disease to what Tanya's got. Fuck's that. So we were destined to meet, I think. Oh, is that Jenny? Is Jen still here? No, it's me, Tanya, Tricia, maybe not. And where did Elizabeth nick off to? And I want to know where Unahef is. It's LIPI, lipedema, because lipid is fat. Yeah. And what's mine? It's oop. Can't remember how to spell it. But it's aha. I think that's how you spell it. I'm not sure. She's clever, isn't she? Stop listening. Oh, that's nice. No, you got some pictures? These bloody cats next door giving me the shits. You were saying you wouldn't mind another cat, an indoor cat, wouldn't you? See what you manifest? I wake up. I've got the split system in my bedroom, which does aircon and heating, but I don't like to have the room too hot, as I run hot anyway. So I generally have it set at like 16 degrees or something for overnight, which keeps the chill off. But I've got this velour electric blanket, throw blanket that I put on number 2 and then put the cat's blankets on top of it. So they've got a nice warm bed to snuggle in next to me. So I wake up and I've got one under my right arm, one generally between my legs, and another one at the other end of the bed. It's like I'm a menagerie. He hates them. How can you hate them? They're beautiful. Oh, okay, you put that in the logos. Hang on. I'll go up and have a look. You should be able to click on it and bring it up to. Why can't I get up there? Media assets. Oh, yeah. Oh, but that will only go off in the top right hand corner. See? Oh, and court's back.
Sir, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
You've also been here all day.
Yes,
Sorry for making you wait.
no problem.
Do you know former State Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
I've known him since middle school, probably the 6th grade.
Grew up with him essentially?
Grew up with him, been friends for 30 years.
Okay, and if
Nick
you just keep your voice,
Cockadidis or something.
I'm sure other people can hear you, but this
So
old guy.
can we turn off the fans and the air conditioning? Are they all off? We're just gonna do that, sir, so that we can get through this.
What does it say in the
Absolutely,
description
sure.
box?
Thank you. So you say you've known him since middle school, elementary school?
Yes.
Graduated high
Of
school
Court
with him?
TV.
Yes.
And are you friends after high school as well?
Yes.
Do you have his cell phone number in your phone?
I do.
Have you texted with him over the years?
I have.
In fact, were you on a group text chain with him that lasted a number of years?
Yes.
I
Oh,
would
it's
like
a
to show
Chico.
you the document, sir, and I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself, familiarize yourself with it, and then when you're done, look up at me. Okay?
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you go onto YouTube, onto day 24, the stream for Court
Would you
TV,
like this mark for
and have
identification
a look in
first,
the
Ron?
description box of who the witness is. I think it's DeChico. You won't see it from mine because I've got it full screened on the computer. Oh, what? Can't reach it. Hang on, I can't. Hang on, I can't get to it. Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you can't see any of it. Looks like. What are you doing? The only way you'll be able to do it is to open Court TV on yours. I'll have to go and hang on. Hang on, just leave it. I'll go out and do it on other computer. Oh. Oh. Hello. I'm going.
It's all good. Fixed it.
What?
Fixed it.
Did I?
Fixed it. It's all good.
Oh.
Daddy, you fixed it.
Okay.
It's working.
All right.
Don't go anywhere.
All right.
Oh.
Ah.
I think he's all set, Mr. Manning.
Thank you, Ron. Sir, have you reviewed that entire document?
Yes.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks to be a text chain with a group of my friends that I grew up with.
Okay. And so would all of those friends have been people that you went to high school with?
Not all the same high school, but the same time. Some of us went to different schools.
And you were friends during that era?
Yes.
And you've remained friends for how many years since then?
I mean, we've been friends for 30 plus years, probably.
Do you know precisely when that text chain started?
I do not know when the text chain started.
Months, years?
Years, definitely years.
And that's a portion, in other words, there's a start time and an end time to that, but the text chain started before the start time that's listed on that document?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you about 5 different categories of information that allow you to identify the text chain. First of all, directing your attention to page 1. That is an unredacted version of this. Do you see your phone number on page 1?
I do.
And is that accurate in terms of your phone number?
It is.
Well, do you have a passcode on your phone?
On my phone, yes, I do.
All right, and have you had that for years?
Yes.
So as of January of 2022, you would have had a passcode to get into your phone.
It's
correct.
It's Vodia.
With regard to the typing of text messages, you didn't appear to be too active on this thread. Is that correct?
Not from what I see here.
Did you see one entry that you actually did text?
Yes, one.
Okay, and I think these page numbers, they're all numbered. Could you direct us to the page where you actually chimed in? And if I suggested to you, it might be 4 from the end. And you don't have to read the actual text, sir. I just want to.
Sure. I'm just trying to locate it. Yes, I see it.
Okay, and the time of that, a date and time of that text as it's reflected on this document?
February 2nd, 2022, 12:38 p.m.
Okay, and what you type. Oh, I'm sorry. It's for the record. It's on page. Oh. And for the record, reading what is typed there, does that sound consistent with something you might chime in a text message, a text chain of this sort?
I mean, it could be. I have no memory of actually typing it, but
sure,
that's not something. I mean, it could have been something that I would say. Yeah.
At the very last line of that text, do you mention somebody's nickname?
Yes.
And what nickname is that?
Chip.
And whom do you know as Chip?
Michael Proctor.
Now, going back to the first page, there are a number of other phone numbers there. Have you checked your phone prior to taking the stand today to match those phone numbers with other friends of yours?
Yes.
And if you could, and hopefully you remember them all, can you list by first name only your friends who are included in this text chain?
Sure.
So, yeah. So let's not, if he recognizes, I don't want to put names out.
Oh, I don't either, Judge. That's why I was saying first names. But if that's sufficient that he recognizes.
Why don't you refer to the last 2 digits in the phone?
Sure.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. You see, I'll list the last 2 digits of the phone numbers that don't have a name associated with them. Okay?
Okay.
If I may just have a moment.
Yes.
Yeah, DESOGRA was on the stand all day until about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, direct, cross, redirect, recross.
Okay, starting with the phone number that ends in 51.
And I think this is to check.
After you checked your contacts, is that a friend of yours?
Yes, it is.
Who was on the text chain?
Correct.
With regard to the phone number that ends in 68, same question. Is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Correct.
And with regard to 45, which is the next one, again, a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is you,
yeah.
Of course. With regard to 95, is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Yes, it is.
And With regard to 9.3, same question, friend of yours on the text chain?
Yes.
And then there are 3 numbers there, one that ends in 11, one that ends in 46, and one that ends in 82. Do you see that those particular numbers have a nickname associated with them?
Yes.
Those nicknames, do you recognize them as being also friends of yours who are on the text chain?
I do.
And then finally, there is somebody listed as local user. We'll get back to that one.
Okay.
With regard to the other ones that you've just identified, sir, have you texted back and forth with them on those phone numbers over the years?
Yes.
And also with regard to this particular text thread?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Brendan
I'd
must
also
have asked
ask
for it.
you, with regard to the content of these messages and who said what, and particularly focusing on the one that's identified as local user. Having read that text chain, were you able to determine who local user is?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they're not going to try and use this witness to bring in Proctor's texts. I'm hoping that they can actually call Proctor. But yeah, I think this might be Officer DeChico. I'll go and have a look. Let me unmute the screen. Oh, my iPad's a bit slow. There we go. Nope, didn't work. Fuck. Can you still hear me talking?
Just one more question for you, sir. Does the text message chain fairly and accurately represent the circumstances of the conversation that was going on?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Oh, Una, have you missed Simmy's band rocking out?
Do you have an independent memory of any of the text conversations in the package that you reviewed?
I do not have a memory of this happening.
Thank you.
All right. So,
That's
sir,
it.
I'm going to
That's all
ask
he
you
wants to ask somebody else.
Okay.
and ask you to step down.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, given that unfortunately this witness was not reached by the jury today, I would like him recognized as well.
He has counsel here with him, right? Does he have counsel here with him? All right. Sir, you'll make sure your client is here when we need him?
I will do so, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Campbell. My office is in Boston.
And I'll speak with Mr. Campbell in terms of an appropriate time of day. He's been very cooperative.
All right. So, sir,
Who are they talking about?
Thank you.
Right. And thank you, Mr. Campbell. We'll see you. We'll let you know when we need you back. It's probably going to be Monday first thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
Sir, watch your step coming down.
All right. I'll hear you, Mr. Yannetti.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is there's an objection, so I would not respond to the objection.
I want to hear you as to why this is admissible. Why this is admissible.
That's fine. So, Your Honor, with regard, I assume we're just dealing with authenticity at this point?
No, we're dealing with both. You're the proponent of the testimony, so let's deal with both.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
regarding
Bitch.
authenticity, Your Honor, there are several ways that are either independent or connected with each other by which or through which a party can authenticate text messages. The majority of the case law out there are defendants having appealed judges' decisions to admit text messages offered by the Commonwealth and the majority of the case law that exists affirm judges' allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy, in that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it. Nobody saw him type it, and nobody discussed any of the emails with him. But the SJC cited a longstanding rule, including Rule of Evidence 901B1, evidence may be authenticated by direct or circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence is essentially what we covered here in court today: the appearance of the electronic communications, the content.
Is anyone else getting that
substance,
delay?
Internal patterns,
lag?
or other distinctive characteristics. Commonwealth versus Welch. It was a murder case where a boyfriend killed his girlfriend, was charged with killing his girlfriend, was convicted. The Commonwealth sought to introduce text messages between them, and various text messages from the victim's cell phone were admitted into evidence because, for one reason, they referenced the defendant's distinctive nickname. And in this case, we have a text chain with 3 nicknames, all of whom the witness recognized as being his friends. We have more to authenticate this text chain than in any case I have seen, and also more than in any case the Commonwealth has cited. In this case, we have an identification of every phone number pursuant to the last 2 digits. We have an identification of Michael Proctor's message relating to the contents. We have evidence of the witness's cell phone requiring a passcode, meaning that in order for his phone to be active in this chain, he would have had to have unlocked the phone with the passcode. And he testified that what was in the content of the message that he identified as being his is consistent with something that he would have said. And not only that, but he adds a 4th nickname, that being Chip, that being Michael Proctor. The Commonwealth, with regard to Commonwealth versus Welch, which is again cited in their memorandum, this opposition, Your Honor, they state what appear to be rock solid black and white legal principles, but when you scratch below the surface and you actually read the case stands for nothing in terms of what they've represented it to be. They stated that in Welch, the court must find that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. That's just plain false. The case doesn't say that at all. It's nowhere in that case. And in fact, the messages were let in again because of the circumstances and the content of the messages. Commonwealth versus Raposa, another case that they cite. The defense sought to call a neighbor to testify that he had seen the victim alive after the defendant had confessed to having shot him, another murder case. The problem was that the neighbor denied making the statement, so the defense wanted to call the neighbor for the sole purpose of impeaching him with his prior statement that he supposedly made to the police and use that statement as substantive evidence. So in that case, the defendant wanted to use an out-of-court statement for its truth. It was rank hearsay. That case had nothing to do with text messages or statements used to show state of mind or electronic communications. But somehow it makes its way into the Commonwealth's memorandum. Commonwealth versus Rajiv R., which is the second to last case that they cite, that dealt with a search warrant done at a juvenile's home. The police officer in that case was allowed to testify to what he was seeking, which was the goal of the search warrant, a firearm allegedly in the juvenile's possession. And he was also allowed to testify to what the juvenile's mother did during the execution of the search warrant, which is she directed the police to the juvenile's bedroom. The Commonwealth cited that case to say you can't use hearsay when trying to prove a Bowden defense or present a Bowden defense. That case had nothing to do with Bowden. The evidence was admitted to explain what the police were doing in the home. So it's a situation where, there are times when, the police stop somebody on the street, or the police get a search warrant and then they show up at a home. And rather than just have them magically appear at the home with the warrant, the police are allowed to give some circumstances as to how they got there. Nothing to do with Bowden. It's just giving the jury a fuller picture. Yet it was represented to you by the Commonwealth that, geez, this is a Bowden issue and you can't use hearsay to present a Bowden defense. Commonwealth versus Sullivan, exact same situation. Testimony was admitted about DNA on evidence matching the defendant's DNA from a national database. The Commonwealth cites three principles. It's almost like they're setting a standard down that the court is supposed to follow with three factors. But again, none of the three principles that the Commonwealth cites is found in Sullivan at all. They're not even mentioned in the case. They're simply made up and put in a memo to ask this court to do something that the case does not support. And again, it has nothing to do with Bowden. So now we come to the arguments about the fact that the Commonwealth is claiming that these statements are hearsay. They're not. These statements contain insults of my client. I'll be kind and just mention the word.
So I read them.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, Your Honor, if you're going to allow this into evidence, I'll stop talking. Otherwise, I have to make my argument.
I understand what you mean by insults.
Okay. Okay. So I won't even mention them then. The Commonwealth is essentially arguing that we're offering these text messages to show that the insults were true. That's a silly argument. Obviously, we're not. Hearsay has three components. These are all statements out of court. None of them are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. None of them. Even the statement when Michael Proctor says that the homeowner's not going to catch any grief because he's a Boston cop. We don't know if that's true or not true. It's offered to show that Michael Proctor believes it's true. He's the lead investigator in the case. He has input into the case. He can decide who's investigated or not investigated. At least that's our argument. It's all consistent with our defense. It's offered to show his state of mind. Everything that he says is offered to show his state of mind and to show his bias. He, as the lead investigator, his bias in what he does or doesn't do. And in fact, Mr. Brennan said at sidebar earlier when we started this conversation that Bowden deals with what was done or what was not done. We're entitled to explore what was not done and not done, and we're entitled to explore why. We have evidence of why. We have Michael Proctor's words about why he did or didn't interview people separately, why he waited, for instance, a year and a half to interview a plow driver who was out there on January 29th, why he treated some people with kid gloves and other people with brass knuckles. He's stating it in these text messages. Yeah. She's going to go down for this. We're going to pin it on the girl. We're going to make sure that there are some serious charges. She's effed. Those are what he says about, those are the statements he makes about Karen Reed in the infancy of this investigation.
Yeah.
And to the contrary, is anything going to happen to Brian Albert? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. These are all statements about Michael Proctor's state of mind. The prosecutor and I have been over the statements. I realize he's a objecting to the admission of these statements. I don't think he has a legal argument that passes muster to do that, but should the court allow them in, we're agreed on everything except for 3 entries, which I think we could deal with pretty quickly. And unless the court has questions, I'd rest on that.
No, but I'd appreciate a copy of whatever you've agreed upon.
Okay.
So it's been a long day for staff, so I don't need to sit here and go through each one. Just get me a copy of what you've agreed to.
Okay. So this is the only marked copy. I'm happy to hand it to the court.
And you can take care of it and email it in.
We'll do that.
God.
So
Just
Mr. Brennan,
dismiss
I'd like
him.
to hear
You
this.
fucking
I haven't decided a
brag.
disability, and I'll hear you on authentication.
He doesn't want Proctor's text messages to come in.
On the first issue of authenticity, this witness has no memory of any of the text messages. I think
You
it's
can
fair to
refresh it.
conclude on the text message string, he recognizes the people on it, but there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them. The person that could best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor. This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in some substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I
No, he read
reject the
Higgins.
idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation. It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and put it in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the bias. Because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant? Is it material? And what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer, but it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, they are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has no context.
What do you mean they're not going to call Proctor?
Suggesting it has a value that has not been defined. And then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half. That defeats the purpose of defining the value for which this is being admitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of Bowden, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites
You'd know
a
that.
party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable. It will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be
That's-
unfair for either
That's
side
your whole
because
modus
it will
operandi.
lead to arguments about what it means without a factual basis. And so my position is, I don't necessarily disagree that it's relevant, but it should come through Michael Proctor. And if
I
the
do
defense
actually
wants to
agree with
value,
that.
They should call Michael
Look
Proctor.
at me go. I agreed with Hank.
Mr. Yannetti, do you want to respond?
I know we're 3 hours late, Your Honor. I won't belabor the points.
I don't know.
The following very as succinctly as I can, which is, yes, it goes to bias, but it also goes to the adequacy of the evaluation. The two concepts are intertwined. If you're biased or exhibit bias, the defense should be able to argue that the investigation was not adequate. I would note Mr. Brennan is not sitting at defense counsel table in this case. We appreciate the offer to help us with strategy about which witness we should call, but that's solely the province of the defense to determine which witness we want to use to authenticate and admit text messages. That's our choice. And we should not be deprived of that choice because Mr. Brennan thinks there's a better witness that should have introduced the text messages. There is no rule. There's no best witness rule in this case. I believe my co-counsel has already made that argument in another circumstance. His arguments, Mr. Brennan's arguments, go to the weight, not the admissibility. He is fully entitled to cross-examine this witness about all of the points that he raises. And in conclusion, Your Honor, he complains that we have not called Michael Proctor. I think that's the whole impetus for this objection, so that we will call a witness that they do not have confidence in to call themselves. It's unheard of in a murder case that you don't call the lead investigator, but that's what's happened in this case. We should not be forced to call Michael Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can then cross-examine him and lead him through basically his entire closing.
That's why.
He is entitled to call Mr. Proctor in rebuttal. He has every right to call Mr. Proctor again.
Yeah. They don't want him to cross-examine him and lead the questions.
And just the very
That's
last
why.
thing, there's Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yes, it's not in compliance with Rule 14.
Okay.
We don't have any written communications with Ms. Dever, and they've asked for all oral communications to be reduced to writing. Be turned over. That's not.
There,
All right, so you're saying two different things. So you don't.
They're
this
being
information
told by somebody
exists
else.
because she has not had communications with you, right?
Written communications do not exist. I'm not saying two different things. Written communications do not exist. They also ask secondarily for all oral communications to be reduced to writing. We have no obligation to do that. We have no intention.
All right, so I'll get a decision out on that before 4:30, and I'm going to do a little more research on the text messages. Want to be heard, Mr.
I
Brennan?
thought you were standing up, Your Honor. No.
Oh, no, okay. All right, I'll see everybody Monday morning. Thank you.
Please.
Right, so to sum that up, my assessment of that is that they're not going to call Proctor. They want to bring in the messages, the text messages of Proctor from someone who was in the text chain with those messages, which I think was to Chico. I missed the when he was introduced. I have to go back and have a look at because I'm in the bedroom. I need to go and have a look at the court TV feed and the description box of who they vaudeered this afternoon. And the reason they don't want to call him is because the same reason Hank didn't call him, because the defence gets to cross-examine him and ask more leading questions, and they don't want to give Brennan that that liberty to take it where he will wherever he will take it and run with it, basically. So That's what I'm assuming. That's what I'm getting from that. Because you can add more, you can ask more leading questions in the box than you can in the direct. So that's what I think they're doing. No, they just don't want Hank to embellish more bullshit than he did with the rest of them. And why wouldn't the prosecution call the lead witness, the lead investigator, if they didn't have any concerns about his testimony? So that's his game plan. But I am surprised. No, I'm surprised. Alright. Alright, we'll wrap it up. My lovelies, you have a wicked weekend. What's today? Okay, sorry. And we will be back for day, 25 on Monday? Same time, same place, same back channel. It's probably me, sorry. I'm on my iPad. Hang on. Hang on. Stop listening. Stop listening.
It's been 12 months since I quit, and so much has passed us by. Such as tampering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. So you can bring in Massachusetts, 'cause we all ain't got no quit.